there, everybody, and welcome
random
to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and it is a wonderful pleasure to be here. Just a couple of little housekeeping things before we get started. The next 2 weeks, there will be no Suni or no Cameron with us, as Cameron is spending some wonderful time away on vacation. Well-deserved, as any teacher needs a little bit of time away from life to be in a magical kingdom, but not the magical kingdom that is the old kingdom. Of course, it's so magical and so stress-free where we're at in D&D right now. Cameron decided to go to an actual magical kingdom and is spending some time there with a mouse, I hear. So no Cameron for the next 2 weeks, but he will be back in 2 weeks. And we are excited to have him back, but we will prosper. We will go on. We'll live without Cameron, as much as it may pain me. So Cameron, you're missed, you're loved, and we'll be very excited when you come back. So that's the only thing I have to say. So let's roll the intro and get started. All right, we are back. So, as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. I have my players do the summary. And this week on summary is Felicity. So, Felicity, whenever you're ready, feel free to take it away and summarize.
Last session 61, we pick up where we're beginning to fight those creatures that were like sewn together, those fish creature hybrid things. Mutants, that's more the word I was looking for. And as we're fighting them, this beautiful paladin came riding in named Marcus, and he helps them throughout the fight. Once the fight is over, Marcus kind of fills them in on this situation, and how he is trying to kind of get to the bottom of it, because people have been going missing. So the reason why these things kind of look stitched up and like mutated and hybridy is because people are being kidnapped and turned into these things, and it's just going all across I guess like the Old Kingdom area, and that's pretty bad. So he tries to emphasize that, and then the party has to choose between helping Marcus now with that or going back to Richka to help them, because the bird people, the rocks, the rock clan are going to be attacking. So after some discussion, they do decide to go to Richka and then meet up with Marcus later, even if it does mean a little bit of a risk with the potential time crunch of what's going on with Fishland. Back in Richka, Bianca tries to talk to some spirits just before everything happens, just to see if some people from the past can give a little bit more answers. It didn't really work because all the spirits were very afraid of her, and the one that wasn't too scared to talk to her did not like her and thought she was, or saw at least her grandmother in Bianca, and so blamed Bianca for everything that her grandmother did, and actually tried to possess her at the end of their conversation. That's not really the word for it, but yeah, they talked, so conversation. However, after she gets out of that, they just go back to the inn to kind of prep and plan for when the Rock Clan shows up. Suna does give Bianca a Stone of Alter Self, in which Bianca is able to disguise herself to kind of give her a little bit of like protection, knowing that the clans are going to be extra unkind to Tiefling. But Emerald, actually, seeing her change, does approach her. Emerald Prime, though, we're pretty sure about that. One of the not good Emeralds, or shady ones. He appears to her.
Say.
What?
Huh? No.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. I was in the middle of a summary, so. Anyway, so he's all like, hey, I can make a deal with you. And Bianca's all like, hey, you seem different. And I don't know if I should trust you. And then, yeah, there's a long conversation basically. But at the end, Bianca's like, I'm going to say no for now, but I'm not saying no completely to your offer, where he can like alter and break the tie with Isen for her. But she does ask him if he has any assistance for the situation that they're in currently in Richka with this rock clan. Emerald does give her a scroll for Cecily to use, basically putting like, I don't know, like runes and stuff to make a level 9 spell of, was it Unraveling? I don't remember what it was called, but anyway, Unravel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was so close. And so Cecily can cast it at her level, and basically it would keep whatever thing it's used on would cease to exist in every single way possible, including memory. So Bianca fills in the party after that. Everyone's like, that's shady. This scroll seems evil, but useful. So Cecily holds on to it, and then they begin to handle the rock situation. It's not exactly the situation they were expecting for some reason, even though they were told it was going to be a baby or a child of the rock mother. So anyway, with some collaboration, they're able to get the rock down. Carasilla does everything in her power to try and get through to this bird brain, and yet the bird does not get it and almost kills Carasilla. So then after that stressful situation, the party all looks at each other and they're like, we should get Cecily to use that scroll because we don't know what else to do. So Cecily does. However, it snapped in more ways than one that bird out of existence and something inside Cecily. And things are different now. So the town is sad now with the destruction that they don't understand, but Cecily is even sadder. And then it's kind of where we left off. Cecily's crying. We went to bed. Carasilla helped out the town. Suni's with Elwyn at a temple. That's that.
That's that. Yeah, you got it.
Good.
All right, cool. So that is where we're gonna go ahead and pick up. All of you eventually head back to the Squeaky Wheel Inn and head to get some rest. It has been a very, very long, very exhausting first day in Reachka. So I'll go ahead and pull all of you there. So, all of you now in the Squeaky Wheel Inn. Eventually,
Eventually.
Thanks, Mark. So you all get to the Squeaky Wheel Inn and you head to sleep. Now, as is tradition, that all of you have been staying up ever since Carasilla was attacked in Gromsgrove, on her watch. Are all of you taking watch, or are you feeling safe enough considering having dealt with the rock? What do you want to do?
I definitely think we should take watch. And Bianca would offer to do one. Since we're dwindling down, if people need a rest, she can do one, and we have one person on each.
As Cecily said, before the nightfall, she will take the first one just because she's not going to be able to sleep right now anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, yee.
Okay.
Cool.
Alrighty, and then Carousel on the second one.
Yeah.
All right. So, with that, Cecily and Bianca, the two of you start your watch. Are you sitting in the common room, or are you just kind of sitting up in your rooms, just waiting, listening, looking out the window?
I mean, I imagine that we were just up in the room, because seems like crazy shit can happen there sometimes, so might as well just be there.
Okay, sounds good. So, just as the two of you are sitting up there, go ahead and make a couple of perception checks for me for the room, and also peering out the window every once in a while.
Okay.
14.
14.
I don't have a joke this time.
The age I was when my bedtime
a natural
was
one.
11.
Bianca can't see shit. She's.
Oh no.
I don't know what so consumed by the day that her eyeballs don't work. So,
Been there.
Okay, amazing. So, Bianca, Cecily, as the two of you are on watch, Bianca, you are just fixated on that mirror. You continue to look back at it as opposed to listening out the door or looking out the window, because you know that apparently it's easy enough for somebody just to gaze through that mirror, to connect with it, and in turn connect with somebody. So you're a little nervous to avert your gaze from it. So that takes a lot of your focus throughout the watch. You don't notice too much else. I will say, Cecily, toward the end of your watch, you do notice something, but I'll go ahead and bring that up later. So is there any type of conversation Bianca and Cecily are having, or is it just kind of one of those sit in silence watches?
I think personally, after spilling her guts earlier, Cecily is gonna feel a little vulnerable and tapped out, and she's probably not gonna say much unless prompted.
I mean, yeah, it was just a long day, and while there probably is more that could be said, the timing doesn't seem excellent to do that. Also, Bianca's pretty consumed by the really big events of the day, so probably just reanalyzing everything that happened and trying to give Cecily a re-encouraging smile or something. Occasionally, when they once in a while make eye contact, but there's not much else, to really go over.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. So, with that, the rest of your watch goes rather uneventful. Cecily, as you're experiencing your watch, you can see that it's still raining outside. Just these sheets of torrential rain just seems to be what happens during storm tide. Makes sense with the name. As you're looking out, you can see there are townspeople out there just working throughout the night, trying to put buildings back to where they were, trying to take sheets of wood that they may have and repair them, just so people have a shelter for the night. You can also see that there are people on practically gurneys that are being carried and taken over towards the temple to be given their last rites. In fact, I would say towards the end of your watch, you would see Suni outside, as he hasn't come back into the tavern yet. But you can see him working with the townspeople, helping them take those bodies over. And as far as you can tell, it seems as though the townspeople are welcoming towards him and thankful for him. So that's just something you notice as you're finishing up your watch. Okay. But that's about it. So unless there's anything else, we'll have the changing of the guard. And we'll move on to Carasilla. Okay. So, Carasilla, as it's time for your watch, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
23?
Oh, nice.
23. Okay. That is pretty good. So with the 23, throughout your rest, you can tell that as it gets later and later and later and later, the activity in the town does begin to cease. Eventually, it seems as though no matter how badly they want the town to be restored to a more normal state, everybody needs to rest eventually. And you feel a lot of comfort in knowing that that is an idea that is not just shared by townspeople, but also by all of you. After going for so long and so long and so long, you're excited to have a day just to breathe. So you continue on with your watch. I will say partway through your watch, you do notice that coming back from the temple is a large group of people, and you see that Suni is not in that large group of people returning to the temple, or returning from the temple. Suni does have a room separate from all of you, so there's a chance that maybe he didn't. He already went up to his room and you just didn't notice. But at least he did not return with the large group of people coming back from the temple right at the beginning of your watch. So there's that, at least. All right. Other than that, your watch will go uneventful. No other giant birds attack the city. And everything seems to be in this sort of sense of calm and, to a degree, desolation. But with that ends your watch. Eventually the sun does rise, and all of you can make your way down to the common room as it is morning. I will say, this is something that I saw the other day. Gemma, to help you better understand Fahrenheit, so I don't have to quickly look up F to C, think of Fahrenheit as a scale of warmth or cold from 0 to 100. So if it's 0, it's really, really, really cold, and if it's 100, it's really, really, really hot. So if I say today is 50 degrees Fahrenheit, it's like, that's a little chilly, it's a little warm, it's fine. You know, it's like right in the middle. Got it?
You say that, but I just looked up what the conversion is, and 10 degrees sounds fucking cold to me.
Yeah, you have to remember this is an Australian. I think 50 degrees Fahrenheit is pretty... Listen, man, I can do the conversions.
No,
You'll be
it's
wrong
fine. I'll just
sometimes.
fucking get it up here anyways. I'll just do it myself.
It's never super relevant. It's only for immersion, okay?
I can do them really fast. They're just wrong sometimes.
Man. I know the extremes, but like that's it.
Okay. Well, whenever I bring it up, you're free to either go off of that or you can convert it yourself. So I don't have to panic.
I would not consider, because it's like it's around like it's 7 degrees here, which would I guess be a little under 50. But like, I would not consider this halfway hot.
It's definitely halfway cold though.
I mean, it's a little bit more than halfway cold, but
Man.
I love how we did this for ease of access only to take like a solid like 10 minutes to discuss it.
Yeah. I really
Anyway,
I'm telling you,
it's
Joe,
time.
it's a different frame of reference. It's not gonna...
Nope. Everybody has the same frame of reference for me for everything. No one is different. Everyone is the same. Moving on. So all of you make your way down the stairs in the Squeaky Wheel Inn into the common room. And the day is yours. You do know that Bianca's parents are arriving today. You can hear the rain and thunder from outside, and the fireplace crackling in the hearth crackling in the center of the inn. So, with that, is there anything any of you would like to do this morning before the day sort of starts to pick up?
I don't think there's anything super in particular I had. I do know that this is something I've thought of forever ago, but Bianca will probably, well, actually, I don't know, maybe not here, maybe upstairs before we're downstairs. She'll like kind of just take care of the blade, make sure it's clean, like remembering how Poe would like take care of like his blades and everything. And while she's cleaning it, I feel like because with this sword in particular, it's kind of like you keep figuring out more and more things about it. And on like the hilt, she'll actually see wording inscribed, and because Deadeye's always had a name, but her sword never had a name. And she'll finally, like, peeling back another layer, see engraved, it says Reaper's Toll on it. And so yeah, she learned the name of her blade. And then she's a little anxious about today, just like she was anxious yesterday. Every single day is anxious, but she will then go down with everybody else and get some breakfast or something.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. you head down, discovering the name of your blade and what implication that has. And you sit with the rest of the party. I will say that most of you are aware that Suni had a pretty late night last night, but at around 7:30, he has not stirred to come down and join the rest of you yet.
For note, Cecily is probably sitting with her breakfast and just sort of prodding at it without eating it, just sort of looking off.
Yeah. I will say that Russ did give you a complimentary breakfast this morning for helping with everything last night. Not knowing what happened, just knowing that something happened and all of you were there to help fix things when it went wrong. Got some scrambled eggs, some hot sausage, some fried potatoes for breakfast on your plate.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Carasilla, did you see when Suni got back?
I didn't see him. Not sure if he did come back. Maybe he found somewhere in the temple. But honestly, it might not be a bad idea to just check if he's in his room or not. If we're going to go out to Marcus today, if that's still the plan, then I feel like it'd be nice to know where he is at least.
Yeah, definitely. I guess let's give him a few more minutes. Maybe he's just had a late night and then go check. So yes, we'll do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Suppose until that happens. How's everyone else feeling this morning?
That's a great question.
That good, huh?
Silence speaks volumes.
Hopefully, things will just start to look up as we continue on. How are you doing?
And she'll, I don't know if you were talking to Cecily or not, but she'll just sort of like...
talking to Carasilla. I know how Cecily's doing.
Well then, but she'll still kind of just, as if she was completely tuned out, just, no, I'm good. And then proceed to eat breakfast mechanically.
I think we are still very much in the thick of this busy time we've found ourselves in. So I think it's best to just wait till we're on the other side of this crest.
Right. Did you get to talk to Morwen last night?
Wouldn't call it talking when it's only 25 words, but yes, I was able to check on her.
True.
And so far, so good. But it's only been really a few hours at that point, so I would be worried if anything else was the case. Also checked in on Marcus as well. He's still fine. I've been looking around the area. Hopefully has more to report to us if we go out to him.
That's good. Probably didn't miss much then by coming back here, so hopefully it was worth it.
I think the fact that this place still stands makes it worth it.
Yeah. And then she'll look over at Cecily, who's not well.
She's eating, though.
Yeah, at least she's eaten. She hasn't lost her appetite. Well, I'm gonna go see if Suni's awake or even in his room.
Okay, all right. You head up the stairs, eventually making your way down to the room that Suni has. You give a knock to the door, to no response.
Suni! hello? And then she'll open the door.
Open the door. No one is in here. You can see that Suna is in there, but she's still asleep in her bed.
Well, she'll shut the door, not wanting to wake up Suna. And then go back down.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, he's not there. Maybe he
Really?
passed out at the temple after helping out.
That should be our next point of, well, we should go there next, after we finish eating.
Yeah.
It was weird. I thought I saw him leave the temple and start helping people, but maybe he went back?
Well, I guess we'll go to find out. Start there, and I don't know why I'm not worried quite yet.
We did mention wanting to reach out to Elowin, and so I choose to believe that's just something related to that.
Yeah,
Perhaps helping other people took up time before he was able to do that.
yeah, we'll just have to go and find out.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, you continue to pick away at your breakfast until eventually, at around 8 a.m., probably 7:30, 8 a.m., you can see the door to the tavern open. And making their way through, you can see two people. A woman with auburn hair and green eyes wearing a very heavy woolen coat over whatever dress she's currently wearing. And you can see a man beside her with deep charcoal skin and long white hair, wearing a very similar woolen cloak over his shoulder, sort of his hand clasped on her shoulder, guiding her in as the two individuals walk up to the counter, speaking with Russ, greets them with a smile. And Bianca, as soon as the two people enter, you have a moment of sort of like shock and awe as you recognize these two people. Mom and Dad.
Mom and Dad! Yeah, she will get up from the table and then just kind of walk over, kind of quick walking, but not running, until they make, or just like till she gets their attention, and then just run into their arms. And like,
you definitely catch them off guard. As you do run in, you can see that your dad kind of like reflexes like he's about to like attack, like thinking
attack
like,
something, yeah.
And then he sees at you and he says, oh, Bianca, and he just squeezes you back, and your mother, oh, sweetie, we missed you so much. And it's just a very big family hug, just very tight. And you can feel your dad squeezing you a little extra hard.
Yeah, and like for the party, like Bianca looks small. Like she looks like a little kid, like melting into her parents' arms, which is probably really different than how Bianca normally presents herself. So, and it'll be a long hug until, yeah, she'll like then say, okay, I actually have some people to introduce you to. So, if you want to come this way, and then she'll take them over to you guys.
Just like drenched, just
Yeah, they're so.
as they're making their way through. And as I said, you all can see, and now that you get a better look, you can see that the woman, Bianca's mother, is wearing a very fine, like, vest, blouse, and pants with boots. Definitely not a like a gown or anything like that. Definitely traveler's wear. And you can see that Bianca's dad is actually very well armored. He actually has a sword and a dagger on his belt, where if you were just to run into these two on the road, I mean, you would think that you ran into like a fighter and a rogue, just from the way that they're dressed. They definitely look like they've seen their fair share of adventure, to a degree. And they smile, and there's already a little bit, as they sit down, a fair bit of camaraderie as the two of them recognize that quality in all of you as well. And they, you know, when people are married for a long time and they really love each other, like those little looks that they share that are a million words and full conversations, they've had about 7 of those since they've walked over and sat down and just started talking with all of you. So Bianca, they do sit down, and you're free to introduce.
So these are some of the people I've been traveling with for a while now. This is Carasilla, and this is Cecily. Suna's still waking up, so she's upstairs, and Suni is somewhere around town, so you'll just have to meet him later. But guys, this is my mom and dad.
Pleasure to meet you both.
Yes.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
Oh, and they both kind of share a look, and they both kind of go, "Aw." And so they share a smile, and Bianca's mom would, when you introduce yourself, Carasilla would smile and introduce herself to you, and. Felicity, I don't think that I have access, or I don't think that I have their names.
Broski, I'm gonna have to remember too. Oh boy.
Just mom and dad. They are the mom and dad.
Because I realize now that they definitely wouldn't be like, you can call me mom.
No, they would not. We might have to come up with some new ones right now.
Mrs. Bianca.
Mrs.
This is my husband.
I know I wrote them
Mr.
down
Bianca.
somewhere. Mom and dad, where are you?
Is it on World Anvil? That might be the
Yes,
place.
it is.
Okay.
Oh, I think her name. Okay, I think her name is like Natalia or something like that.
Natalia.
And his name starts with an I. Christ.
Appearance, mentality,
I don't even
personality.
remember your own parents' names.
It's been many.
Ildan.
time.
Natalia, a human woman from Belka, and Ildan, a drow from somewhere else. You really nailed that one on the head.
Hey.
Natalia, Ildan. Okay. All right. Cool. I always forget that World Anvil has like all of the raw information on it.
Yeah, from ages ago.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Ildan. So, Bianca's mother would introduce herself. Yes. Hello, I'm Natalia Dusong. It's a pleasure to meet you. And darling, I just wanted to say I absolutely adore your dress. I think that it's wonderful. And that cloak. Are you a gleeman? Is my daughter traveling with a gleeman?
I suppose she is.
Bianca, I didn't know you were a celebrity. Oh my goodness.
Well, just wait till you find out who that one is. Well, maybe we'll talk about it later. And that's when she points to Cecily, so.
Well, up to all of you, Natalia Dusong, or if you prefer looking at you, Cecily, Mom would also be all right, I suppose. A friend of Bianca's is a child of ours. A good enough friend, that is. And Ildan kind of smiles and puts his hand on her hand and nods and says, of course. You can call me Ildan or Mr. Dusong. Most of the time I would have and you can call me Ildan. That's fine. You don't need to call me Dad, please. Don't do that. Except for you, Bianca.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome. And you kind of see now where Bianca gets some of her energy from.
This is fantastic.
Well, it's great meeting all of you. It's a pleasure. And you can see there is a little bit of tension in Ildan as he's, obviously, he knows why he's here and why he came here so fast, for the conversation that needs to be had. I will say that aside from Russ, you guys are the only people that are in the common room this morning. Seems as though most people are tending to their own duties and responsibilities.
Nice. Well, you guys should definitely warm up. It seems like it's pretty nasty out there right now.
Oh. God, yes, it's been doing nothing but raining for about the past week we've been traveling. And you can see they both kind of take off their cloaks, and they'll walk up and set them on coat hangers around the entrance of the tavern and return to the tables. Russ comes over, gives them some of the special for breakfast. Both of them elect to drink water as opposed to the porter that's being sold. And do a little conversing over breakfast. So I will say that Ildan would be kind of just like cutting into a piece of sausage and take a bite and chew and say, "Now, I suppose we can do this one of two ways. We can either have fun chit-chat now and talk about other things after, or we can get right into it, I suppose." And you can see Natalia kind of places a hand on his shoulder and says, "There's nothing to be nervous about, Ildan. She had to learn eventually, and it's better now than before it might be too late." I know. So, what'll it be? Fun childhood stories about Bee here, or something else? I suppose something else is probably best first. That was why I asked.
Yeah, I guess I have a lot of questions too. But I guess, why don't you start? What do you know about what's going on here?
So, I suppose I should start from the beginning, be most helpful. If I'm being entirely honest, there's not much I remember from when it happened. I think I was maybe 5 at the time, when I was still young Prince Ildan Damaris. I don't remember much of it. What I do remember is Mom came in with Lady Nina, one of her honor guard, and told me that Lady Nina would be taking care of me for a while, and that one day I would see her again. It wasn't until I was in my 20s that I realized the truth of the situation. Lady Nina took me all over the world to see anything and everything that it had to offer. She taught me how to fight. She gave me my sword. She was so incredibly kind to me. Sadly, when I found the truth, when she told me, she had a great deal of shame about the situation. She said that now that I knew, it was time to go our separate ways, as Hastamaris was dead. She told me it'd be best to find a new name, to forget about that part of my life. She knew what Mom planned on doing, or your grandmother planned on doing, and she thought it would be best if I left it behind me. I'm sure Lady Nina is long gone by now. So what, that would have been, it would have been a while ago. I never got word. I just assumed she was already older. Half-orc woman. She was already older when we started, and by the time that we went our separate ways, she maybe only had a few years left. I hope she had a nice little villa in the gemstone. She always liked it there. In terms of what I found out in the time that I've been away, is apparently my mom, she made some type of deal that backfired. A deal I had no idea about. In fact, I didn't even bother to do any research or think about it at all until you were born. And you can see he kind of grabs Natalia's hand and squeezes and says, I didn't know what I did wrong. You know, when I was adventuring, when both of us were adventuring, we always thought perhaps that maybe we did something wrong. Maybe we wronged a hag, or we pissed off the wrong person. I knew that my grandmother made a deal, or that my mother made a deal, your grandmother, but I didn't think that she would ever do anything like that. And once I discovered what happened, I never wanted you to know about that part of your life, that part of your family. We're supposed to look out for each other, support each other, be there for each other. We're supposed to sacrifice everything for our children, for our grandchildren. They're the people who are going to make a difference in the world after we're gone, so I just don't understand why. To save me, maybe. But at that point, I can't help but think I could have just left. When Lady Nina and I left, I remember there being no struggle. I remember all the buildings, all the people, leaving the mountain and getting on the road. The next few years were a blur, but there was no great fight. There was no destruction happening. I just left. I never did see my mother again. And I'm sure she's long gone by now, too. So, the information I have is that I was able to be spared from the onslaught that happened in my home, or kingdom, because of a deal my mother made. She promised you to whatever devil it may have been, and that allowed me and you safety at the cost of the kingdom. So I suppose she did sacrifice everything for us, but she still did that to you. And me and your mother, we did everything we could to try and give you a normal life, but we can't control the way other people treat you. And there was nothing more frustrating than raising the most loving, caring, kindest, sweetest girl on the planet. And to have to hear the things that you would tell us. It's just infuriating. But as far as what I know, that's it. I never wanted to know more because I felt ashamed of it. I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted to move on with my life. I was happy being a Dusong in Belka. I was. I never wanted a kingdom or people. Just... I wanted to be a father. And a husband. I just wanted to be happy. But
I understand. But also, this is here. And it's broken. And it's our responsibility. I don't know how much you know about what's going on here, but yesterday, I'm sure you saw, there was an attack of a clan. More people could have died. I get it. I've never desired to be anything that is required of us, but also, don't you feel some sort of sense of responsibility? It's yours. It's here. Aching.
I do understand what you mean. And I can feel it. I can see the pain on these people's faces. Bianca, but I know that neither one of you like to think about it. Looking towards Natalia and between the two of you. I'm getting old. I don't know if that's something I can handle right now. I can help. I know I can do that much. I can talk to people. I do remember some of the teachings I got from Mom and from Lady Nina about nobility and chivalry. The same code of ethics and honor that the Knights of Tarkir have been following for the past 1,000 years. I can teach. I can teach people how to fight, same that I taught you how to fight. But to lead like that, that I can't do. Because I don't think that right belongs to me. And I don't think I'd want it if it did. Because, and you can see at this point, Ildana's kind of, your dad is kind of not making eye contact with you, just sort of looking around the room or looking at the table. Which is why I'm sure that your grandmother would prefer that you have this than me, especially with the way that I'm talking right now. I'm glad she can't hear me. And he reaches into a small bag at his side. And he says, "Give me your hand."
She'll reach it out.
And he puts a small ring in your palm. Looks to be a signet ring. It is gold, with a signet of a base of purple and then a golden crown. She gave me this before I left. She told me that when it was time to return, I would know what the right thing to do would be. And the right thing's right in front of me. Whatever you need me to do, B, I will do it. But you're the one that got this far. You're the one that is doing God's know what over the past 6 months. And if anyone's going to make a difference and bring change, it'll be you. And I'll kind of close the ring in your hand. Okay?
But they don't even like me. I don't know, Dad. I think it should be you, and I understand what you're saying. But you don't know the half of what's happened over this past 6 months, and also Bianca will then also look around to see who else listening, but there's so much you don't know that I can't stay here.
We talked about King Wyatt Omen, right? In your lessons, your studies?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you remember about Wyatt Omen?
He was a servant to Queen Dondarrion and was actually the knight of Princess Aurelia until on their journeys he found out he was the real ruler. Or at least the one meant to be on the throne.
Right. Now, the thing that most people omit from that story, the person that Wyatt Omen squired under, Duke de Pernell, a masterful tactician, a beloved politician, someone that everyone loved, and everyone had respect for. Duke de Pernell, should he have wanted to, could have had the throne himself. He could have taken it. He was charismatic. He was a good fighter. He had victories under his belt that would sway the common people to believe in him in days. Wyatt, in comparison, was a kid. Maybe 18, 20 at the time, when he found out that he was the rightful heir to the Omen throne. It said he had the same anxieties that you do. Afraid people wouldn't like him. Why would they? When there were so many more people that were more qualified and could be better at it than him.
But they blame me for what happened.
And you don't think they blamed the Omen House? Tarkaz Omen started the kingdom. He was the only beacon of hope for those people after the calamity. The only thing keeping them going. And then the Dondarrions came in They villainized him. They made him look like the worst thing that had ever happened to this kingdom, the kingdom of Tarkir. And you know what? Wyatt didn't stop. He didn't hear that and resign himself. He kept pushing. He kept doing good deeds, kept changing people's mind. And now, go to any village in Tarkir, even after what happened, especially after what happened, the war that happened down there. I guarantee you, people will speak of Wyatt Oman like he was a demigod. It's going to be hard. But if I were to rule, after everything's said and done, I would maybe have 5 years left. Maybe. Once everything's back to the way it should be. If you're to undo the negativity and the cruelness that's ingrained in these people, it's something that they need to see their future monarch doing. Be like Wyatt. Understand that people may hate you, but as long as these people at this table love you, you'll never want to stop. I know it's hard to hear, and believe me, I don't want to put you in a position where more people feel a way about you, but I think, Bianca, I think this is the only way to change people. It won't happen overnight. Oh, gods no, but you are one of the most determined people I know. There's a reason why in your studies we always called you Busy Bee, because you never had a moment's rest. You were always working, always trying to be better. I will help in any way I can. I will be with you every step of the way. That's what it takes. But this isn't up to me to fix. Not up to me alone. You need to lead this charge. You can see him kind of break eye contact for a moment, and Natalia kind of grabs his hand and gives a little squeeze. And she does lean in, and she says, Bianca, remember, if this isn't something you don't want to do, no one's going to force your hand to make you do this. You are smart, you are strong, and you know what's best for your life. Obviously, moving to Summer's Rest, although it has thrown your life into a very chaotic way, I think that it changed you for the better. In a very, very good way. You look stressed, but I see the way you look at these people, and I'm sure there are many more people you would have never met. You know what's best for your life. Neither one of us are going to force you.
I just think I need to think. And then she's just going to get up from the table and walk out of the tavern and start to head to the temple.
Okay.
Other people can come if they want, but she just had to exit the situation.
Yeah. You can see Ildan and Natalia, they both look to all of you, and Natalia says, "We're gonna stay here, I don't. At least she needs space from us."
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Bianca's already the leader here. So, I think she'll do fine.
Ildan laughs at that. He goes, "Well, I'm honestly not surprised." I always knew she had it in her.
And I think it's worth saying that, of course, it's not to say that all this isn't something that's weighing heavily on her. Has been a eventful past little while for us all now, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is just a culmination of everything. But
I'm sure.
I think it's also a good idea to give her a moment, and then I'll go check she's okay.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. And Ildan will look to you, Cecily, as you're now the only person at this table left. And Ildan will go,
Yes.
"So Cecily said you wouldn't believe, or that we wouldn't believe, where you were from. Why's that?"
Yeah, So, didn't know Bianca and I had this in common when we first met. But it kind of turns out we're both like a long-lost heir? I don't know if I'm an heir, technically, but I get this tiara.
Well, it's a beautiful tiara, dear. Wait. And Ildan kind of looks at her and, wait, I think I recognize that actually. And he's gonna make a history check. Oh yeah, that's a 25.
Nice.
Yeah, he knows.
Is that Tyr's circlet?
You're as shocked as I am.
Oh, wait a minute. My daughter. Oh my goodness gracious. Natalia, yours. And you can see Natalia's jaws just dropped. And the two of them share a look. And Natalia goes, "Have you met him yet?"
Here, you mean?
Tyr, yes. We well, when Bianca's father and I, when we started adventuring, we were able to meet quite a lot of people going around the world and doing our own thing. And, well, we met a very interesting group of individuals, and Tyr was one of them. He was such a kind man. And seeing him fight, woo! Oh my. And you can see the two of them share a smile at the fond memory. So, he's your father, then?
Turns out. I didn't know for a really long time. It's kind of weird to me, too.
No, I'm sure. We had heard through the grapevine, at least, about what had happened. Tyr's passing. We heard from an old friend of ours, Hrothgar, a dragonborn. The truth of the matter, but we had never met Odin, so we didn't know what to believe. But
Yeah, that's another long story. I think once Bianca gets her heirloom thing back, whatever the proper word for this would be, I guess we might go worry about mine. I don't know. And you get Cecily's kind of like twiddling with her thumbs, thinking like, how much should I say? I know we trust these people, but how much?
Is she visibly starting to get a little uncomfortable or just a little anxious?
Just yeah, a pinch.
You would probably be able to catch just a very slight movement as Natalia sort of places her hand on Ildan's back. And the two of them share a look and say, well, Ildan says, we can pick this up some other time if you'd like. This morning has already been overwhelming. Thank you for sharing what you did. It brought back very fond memories for the two of us, and well, whatever happens, we hope you get to build more of a relationship with him. There are good men and there are great men, and Tyr was both. With that, Cecily, unless there's anything else you want to say to the two of them.
Yeah, she'll just have kind of a sobering moment. You know, this is probably, honestly, the most she'd ever really heard about who he was, other than his legacy.
Yeah, as opposed to, like, the distorted, like, thing that Odin would present about Tyr.
Yeah.
These are two people that actually knew him, at least a little bit.
And so she just kind of takes it in for a moment and just, well, I'm gonna go see what our leader's doing in the temple.
All right. Stay safe. Two of us have some things we need to talk about anyway. Okay, all right. So with that, Cecily, you make your way up out of the squeaky wheel and back into rainy Richka. Following after the adventurers. Okay. Following after your fellow adventuring party.
All right, she'll do the storm sorcerer thing this time. There was too much going on to bother doing it throughout the last two sessions, which will be my excuse for forgetting that I could do it. But she's gonna, as she gets outside, notice that it's raining, take a step back, and just sort of close her eyes and breathe in a couple of times meditatively, and in a 20-foot radius around her, no rain will fall. And so she'll just walk. Obviously, it's still muddy and everything, but she'll just...
Yeah, no, that's still dope, though. There would probably be, as you're walking, a couple of kids who are just kind of like running around splashing in the mud who would immediately like see you do that and like run up to you. And you can see these two, you know, like stable hands. They're two young boys, maybe like 9 or 10, both of them. And they come up to you and say, well, how are you doing that? What? This is... And the two of them are just in awe looking at you, just doing this, manipulating the weather around you just a little bit, preventing the rain from falling on you.
All Cecily will do before she just kind of slyly keeps walking on is she'll pluck a couple of the flowers off of her arm and hand one to each of them and say, here, it's a present from another kingdom. and she'll just keep going.
The two of them look down at it and then at each other. And the one, like, they're like smiling, jaws dropped. And you hear the one lean over and say, "Do you think she was a queen? Maybe, I don't know." And they just like look at you, just walking away, like manipulating the magic around you and just asking how you did. Like, they were like, "How'd you do that?" And you were like, "Take a flower," and then walk away.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, man, they are in awe.
Yeah, Cecily will smile to herself a little bit. She's definitely not used to getting positive glances from strangers. So she'll smile a bit and she'll kind of think to herself like, "Man, this whole royalty thing's weird, but if I'll just keep doing the mysterious vibe, like this works. I like this.
This is also well within my comfort boundaries." So.
Yeah, I can tolerate this.
Oh man. Okay. Alrighty. Very, very, very cool.
So yeah, but she'll reach the temple and be completely dry, other than her boots.
Okay. Alrighty. Very cool. So eventually you do get to the temple, but first things first, what we're gonna do is we will start with Carasilla and Bianca. As Bianca exited, and almost immediately after that, Carasilla came in afterwards. So Bianca, you maybe get a couple minutes away, and Carasilla is quickly behind you. So Carasilla, you're able to catch up with Bianca. As Bianca, you're maybe now 15 minutes away from the temple. So as you catch up, Carasilla, Bianca, you see her catch up to you. Is there anything the two of you talk about as you're walking to the temple, or is it just sort of like a comforting silence?
I mean, go on. Sorry.
Carousel will be, I guess, slightly obnoxious about it. As she's going up, she'll just, she's willing to respect the silence, but first of all, she's gonna just come up, and just, as they're walking, just, put an arm over her shoulder. Hope you don't mind me joining you. Can't give you too much space, right?
It's fine. You heard them. They really think that it should be me over
and you don't?
My dad. No, I do not. I don't. Carousel, we have so much to do outside of this. I don't even know I don't know are we even gonna make it? Like, who we're up against? And I know they don't know that yet. I just couldn't say it, but like, how on earth could I do both? Be with you guys and continue to try and stop the Dark One. Like, she's trying to whisper and not scream that stuff. And rebuild this.
Well, I think, in all honesty, it might help if you stop thinking them as so separate. I mean, given the state of this place, it's not like you're just gonna be able to slip in there anyways. There'll still be work for you that you'll need to do around here. Work that will be certainly something we can be there with you for. And I think the two things are more linked than you think. I mean, the Dark One wants destabilization. He wants all these places to fall. And what you need to do here is rebuild and make these people strong again. Honestly, see those as being one of the same thing. And you've already proven yourself more than capable of being a good old thorn in the Dark One's side, so I don't see why this could not just be a next step. A big step, yes, but a step nonetheless.
But what if I don't make it? Cause Carousel, I'll be damned if I let Cecily ever die again. Or see you or Suni die, or anyone.
And none of us are dying. Easier said than done, sure. But we have each other. And we've already proven ourselves to be able to come back in some respects from that. I don't think it's good to have it as fail-safe, but I think we've already proven that we can handle quite a lot. And that's gonna be enough. It has to be enough.
I don't even own my soul. I haven't solved that problem. There's the problem I just talked about, and I'm not like you where I can't charm people or persuade people. I'm awkward and most of the time shy. It's just, you get thrown into situations and then suddenly you're pointing a gun at somebody and you're like, I guess I'm doing that now. It's just life or death. But like when you're talking to people, it's not. And I really don't feel like this was meant for me. I don't.
Did you listen to anything your dad was saying? About the whole omen thing?
But he's a fable. It's so much easier to...
Then make
so
yourself a
far
fable. You'll get better at it. You're good at talking to people, Bianca. It's easier to think you're not, but the truth is something different. And I understand that, people look at you a certain way. But if anything, I think that can easily, well, not easily, but it has a solution to it. These people are scared. Wrongfully of you, yes, but they have a right to be scared of devils and demons for what it's done to this place. And it's easier to snap at someone else that's there scared with them than to look at the bigger threat. But with what we're doing, with what you can do, you can help these people with that threat. I mean, I'm sure you're not done with Vissen. And, well, what is the Dark One but a worse version of a devil or demon, eh? You prove yourself to be able to take on those things, as you've already started to do. People will recognize that. People will see that. And, the whole adage that actions speak louder than words. You wouldn't need to say a single thing, and people will look up to you. The action's always been more important than the words anyways.
You're really this certain?
See, didn't you? Seen what you've been able to do. Seen how much you care about this place. These people could throw shit in your face and you'd still care. And that's what matters at the end of the day.
I'm gonna really need your help.
And I'll be there for you. I think you need to recognize that what you think is your biggest weakness is truly your biggest strength. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to not be there yet. But that doesn't mean you can't keep looking towards it. You'll get there. You'll have us there with you. It'll all be alright, okay?
Remember what I said back in Brahms Grove? That you feel like a campfire or like just this never-ending light in some place really dark. I really mean that. She looks calmer. Still pretty emotional, but definitely calmer.
Oh. I'm glad I can be. And I think you need to realize that you are too. I mean, you heard the Salamander, right? Part of that light is in everyone. This whole devil business may feel like it is your nature, but that light is there first. Inherently.
I guess I just really didn't think I was going to make it this far.
And you'll make it further still. But, you just gotta take it one day at a time, okay?
Okay. I'm still kind of mad at them, though.
Well, you have a right to be. Feel like they're your parents, right? It's your job to be mad and love them all at the same time.
Right. I mean, even if you think I can do it, you gotta admit, what they're asking of me is pretty crazy, right? This is
yeah,
insane.
it's absolutely insane. We've traveled back in time, Bianca. You know how fucking insane that is? All of this is insane. You just roll with it.
You're right. It's fucking nuts, and I guess we're gonna do it. Because what else are we gonna do? Something's gotta happen. Oh my god.
Who the fuck knows what we're doing in a couple of hours? Who the fuck knows what we're doing tomorrow? World is a raging, bucking beast, and we just gotta be there for the ride.
You're right. Thank you.
Anytime.
And she's gonna pull her in for a hug.
Yeah. Squeaks back.
Yeah.
Very nice.
God, now we just need to make sure that Suni's not in trouble. Even though he
that this
probably
is coming
is.
at the cost of hearing about those stories about when you were younger.
I'm sure they'll still be very willing to give those.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, with that, the two of you do eventually arrive at the temple, and following shortly behind, you can see a small bubble of air where there are just not raindrops falling on Cecily behind you. As most of what Richka is it's very much like this long, narrow road that goes through the middle of the city, and there's one offshoot that leads to the temple, which is on a hill across a bridge. So looking down from the hill, you can see crossing the bridge currently is Cecily. But after a few moments, she does make her way with the three of you, and now the three of you are together.
She'll from the bridge like look up and yell, "Oh hey guys, you need an umbrella?" And then she'll like half jog the rest of the way. A very half-assed jog because she has 8 strength, but
We just stop, stand, and watch her jog the whole way.
Yeah, we're not going to you.
You just keep waving. Like, yep, me. Yep.
bring it over.
That's a cool trick. How long have you been able to do that? We were fighting in the rain just yesterday.
Yeah, look, there was a lot going on. I dived in a pool and didn't seem worth it. But yeah, I can do this. I also... Maybe I shouldn't show you here. But I think I figured out something new this morning during meditation. It'd be kind of big, though. I don't want to knock over a building.
Yeah, that's the last thing this place needs.
Yeah. I'm full of tricks!
I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to show us. Probably soon. So
Next time we're getting killed.
let's hope Suni's not currently getting killed.
Oh, shit, yeah. Okay, let's go.
Alrighty. So with that, the group of you head into the temple. The sounds of rain do fade just a little bit as you enter into the larger, much nicer building. You can see that this is a temple to the 9 divines, each symbol spaced out accordingly to where it should be. Not very many people are in here right now. There seems to be a few grieving families that are sticking close to symbols of Pelor or the Raven Queen, while most of the other ones are sort of left undisturbed. As you do enter, there is a woman that approaches you. A very, very soft smile on her face. And you can see that she's an elvish woman. Her skin is this like pale amber, and her hair is this very like deep autumn red. You can see her eyes are also this sort of like the same color as like perfect fall leaves, where there are parts of the iris that are gold or red or orange, as you would recognize her as an Eladrin, seemingly in her autumn season. She walks up to all of you wearing a dress of white with the fringe and the seaming done in this very, very light coloring of oranges and golds and reds to match the way that she currently looks right now. She walks up to all of you with a very soft smile, very calm, composed, and says, "Hello, I am Priestess Lilia Shapoval, but you may call me Lily if you would like. Whatever is more comfortable for you. Is there anything I can help you with on this fine morning?"
Oh, we're just wondering, there was a dragonborn that was here last night, Suni?
Yes, Suni Kalukatho, I believe is what he said his name was.
Yes, is he still here by chance? Or do you know where he would have gone?
No, well, yes, to a degree. Yesterday evening, after all of the families had been helped and the dead had been given their last rites, he talked to me a little bit about Elowin, one of the 4 primordial titans. We spoke briefly on it. I'm not too knowledgeable on Elowin, but I told him all I knew. And he told me that he was going to try and commune with her out in the forest. So I'm assuming that's what he did. You haven't seen him since, though? He never came back to where you're staying?
You did not. Is it unusual to commune for so long?
It depends on the month or the day. Sometimes I find myself meditating and praying for 4 or 5 hours at a time. but sometimes I feel like that's more for me. A moment to relax and to breathe. But when it comes to the primordial titans, there is a fair bit of reverence to them. Where being out in nature, throwing yourself into, well, as silly as it may seem, throwing yourself into a pile of mud, or climbing up in a tree, just being around nature, I've heard can do wonders for your connection with the deity. Now, if you are a servant of Kossuth, would I recommend you throw yourself into a volcano? No. But stranger things have happened. But in terms of me seeing him since he left, no. Sadly not.
Maybe this is like the time he was passed out on that table in the tavern. He's going through something.
Would it be rude to send someone who's communing a message? Just to make sure they're doing alright?
I don't think so, no. Friendly words and messages are always welcome when I'm communing. The only thing I don't want when I'm communing is bad news.
Probably make me feel better, make sure that idiot didn't get in trouble.
Yeah, I would be worried about interrupting whatever state he's reached, but I suppose if it won't hurt, then it won't hurt. And Carousel will just cast a little sending to Suni, just, still alive, bud? Where you at?
Are you okay, Pam?
Okay. You send the message, and there is no response.
Can I know if it was like a no response as in the connection, for the sending wasn't made? Or is it just a no response as in he chose not to answer?
No responses and the spell failed. And it made no connection.
Right, and it would only fail if he is dead or on another plane.
Or if there was some type of magic preventing the spell from going through. Yeah.
Well, I couldn't reach him, which is a little bit of a worrying sign.
Yeah.
Well, that, or he's in the fairy wild, whatever that one's called.
Feywild, but close.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, that one. Feywild. That's what I meant.
I mean, he did speak to her there before, so I would hope it was just that.
He was a very resourceful young man. I'm sure he's probably fine. And
You don't know him as long as we have.
Yeah.
But you're right. He is probably fine, and if he's not fine, he's probably where we're going to be going. Do we all agree that that's probably the best to assume?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna worry about it just because he's, I fucking care about him or whatever, but I mean, sometimes you just gotta get dipped in dew, Maybe he's busy going through something.
Well, since we're here, I'm gonna go talk to the Raven Queen for 2 seconds, or at least try to. I don't know how this works. I don't do this.
You have my permission to give her more than 2 seconds. I feel like that's a little rude for her.
I guess maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's your god. I'm just kind of... So I will look kind of sheepishly to the priestess. I don't really know.
I just meant I wasn't planning on taking a while like Suni. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes, the symbol to the Raven Queen is right over there.
Thank you. Yeah, she'll go on over to the Raven Queen area. She doesn't know what to do, so I know there's probably grieving families.
Are you
So she
like
what?
Are you obviously like you don't like? Are you like the John Travolta meme right now?
Not that bad. Like, imagine a non-Catholic walking into a Catholic church.
Ah.
Yeah,
Yes.
where you're not like being obnoxious about it, but you're like, I guess I'm gonna sit in the pew now. Do I put the kneelers down now or later? Like,
there's like the pool of water as you walk in, and some people are dipping their fingers in it and doing a thing, and you're like,
yeah, and you're like,
know.
do I dip too? Do I sip? What's happening? Like,
Do I sip?
Yeah, you don't sip. I'm pretty sure of
yeah.
that.
She won't be that dumb.
You know exact. Bianca is a lot like me walking into the baccalaureate mass. Got it. It's okay.
Yeah, I think that's the most relatable thing I could think of. Where it's just she doesn't know the routine.
And I would say that Lily, Priestess Lily, would recognize that, and she would have like walked with you a little bit. It's not hard to find, but she's a nice person, and we'll see you kind of approach and say, "Would you like a little bit of direction?"
That would be great. I just don't. I've never commuted.
Well, first thing I can tell you is don't always expect a response. Very rarely does it ever happen. But the main thing you want to do is the Raven Queen. The preference for her is one-on-one communion. So to any shrine, only one person should pray at a time. Just so each and every word can be heard. Could be overwhelming otherwise. So, we'll wait for these families to finish their praying. And when they finish, it'll be your turn. And when you go up, all you do is the same as that young man's doing right there. And you can see a young man maybe in his 19 or 20, like just recently in adulthood, half elven, just sort of rounded points to the ears, kneeling over, grieving on both knees. And you can see that as he gets down, she's just kind of explaining what to do. And she says, so when you take a knee or two in front of the shrine, you'll dip your pointer and middle finger in the basin of water underneath the shrine. You'll take that and you'll put a small dab on your forehead. And you'll bow your head. And then you may start your prayer in whatever way you want. Wherever you're from, wherever you think you should be addressing the prayers to, whether it be to the Shadowfell or Celestia, wherever you think is right. You send the energy out. She listens, and she hears you. You stand, you bow your head, and then you walk away. It's as simple as that.
Okay, that's not too bad. And if you don't have a specific plane, can this one work?
Of course. After all, she is from here. So who knows?
Right, that would make sense.
Don't worry. You're going to do great. And she's going to pat you on your back, and she's going to cast guidance on you. Not that you need it for, something like this, but she just wants you to know that somebody's there.
Yeah.
And I will say, Bianca, being here and considering how most people have been reacting towards you, even the families that are grieving, they still kind of tense up a little bit as you approach.
Yeah.
Not as much with the priestess being there next to you, but she sees it, and you can tell she's maybe being a little extra friendly walking with you and being around you, because it seems as though, especially because she's older, even for an Eladrin, you can start to see the small wrinkles on her like the crow's feet and sort of the laugh lines and the wrinkles on her forehead, being closer to her for an extended period of time. You can tell that she's definitely older, and it seems as though she's seen a lot of this and maybe remembers a time where things weren't like this. So she is extra kind to you, but then, knowing you're going to be communing, casts guidance and says, if you need anything else, feel free to call me over. I'm more than happy to help in whatever you may wish. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
And she'll walk away, give you your space. Eventually, the families do finish, and they head out of the temple, leaving you and your friends and the priestess Lily there by yourselves. So, you approach the small shrine of the Raven Queen.
Yeah.
You can see that it seems to be an obsidian statue, very small. Looks to be a bust of an androgynous human. They have this like cowl, or the shroud over their face, and you can see they seem to be wearing like a they seem to be wearing like a half mask, so just the front or the top half of their face that is of a raven, but the bottom jawline and lips are still exposed, the visage of the Raven Queen. And the last thing I'll say is right at the chest where the bust would end, you can see that there is a small piece of ivory embedded into the chest where sort of a center of the sternum would be, reflecting a lot of the art that is created in honor of the Raven Queen. Although she may be this sort of symbol of death, she is also a symbol of life, in that the like dawning of life, or that cycle of life and death. So she is both, not just one. So you get down, you do the water thing, tap on the forehead, and with that, it's up to you. What do you want to say?
Yeah. After tapping her head, she'll look at the statue. I don't know where else to turn sometimes. Friends are wonderful, and honestly, they've been some of the best things holding me together. And I know you seek to keep balance between life and death. But obviously you've pulled strings before, and I don't know exactly how it works, trying to maintain the balance of everything. But there's a lot that we've already rewritten and have to continue to fix what has been done in the past. And it seems like we're going to keep rewriting the future. And if you can just watch over us, I guess. I got a lot of really great people with me that seem to care a lot about me, and I need them to be okay. And I guess now I really have to be okay too for other people. And I do still feel trapped. I don't know what's happening with me or my soul. And I don't know who to trust when people talk to me about it, or people who offer things. Yeah, I guess if you have any wisdom, even if you don't say it now, you could just keep an eye on us, an eye on me. I'd appreciate it.
Okay. As you finish your prayer and your communion, go ahead and make a religion check for me. With a D4.
With a plus D4. Oh! Let me add my D4. Well, 24? That's not bad.
That is just
I was
opposite.
like,
that is
Yeah, that's
pretty
really
good.
good.
Okay.
This is not Evan Nora repeat.
Oh. So you finish your prayer, you bow your head, and you just sit in that moment for a little bit, knowing the things that you have to do, the stress that you feel. And as you look up, you're no longer in Richka. You are in a snowy village. It's very odd. A port side town, but a village of a similar size to Richka. And you see a woman standing in front of you. Pale, white skin, almost like porcelain. Younger, maybe in her late teens, early 20s. Dark eyes, hair that fades from black to white. You recognize this as a fallen Asamar. The young girl, younger than you, Bianca, turns to you. And says, I made a lot of mistakes in my life before I became what most people think I am, or that I am, I suppose. I ignored a lot of what I should have done, who I should have helped. I looked away. I avoided it because I didn't think I was good enough. I thought that I was lost. Now I realize that's not true. There were people there that wanted to help, that knew that I could do it, but I didn't want to see that in myself. I think part of me didn't want to change. This is where I started, where my journey did. A small, insignificant town in the northern reaches of Turkey. You've already done a lot of great things, Bianca. And look at you. So many great things under your belt. Already. And look where you're at. A small, probably insignificant town in Bella Clara. Don't be like me when I was in that small town. Be who I strive to be now. I know you have it in you. And the younger woman approaches you, and she taps you on your forehead and says, "While you're here, people will look at you differently because of what you are. While you shouldn't be ashamed of it, I understand that it may help to be someone else for a while." Good luck, Bianca. These people deserve a leader like you. And as she taps your forehead, there's this well of magic that enters into your body. As for the duration, until the magic is removed by the Raven Queen herself, you can cast Alter Self at will for an unlimited duration.
Oh my god. Damn.
Now, it can still be dispelled. It can still be stopped. But for the time being, you have access to that. As you lift your head up and open your eyes after that moment, you're back in the temple. You see Priestess Lily walk up and kneel next to you and say, "How did it go?"
Really well. She responded.
She did. It's wonderful. Do you feel better?
I do. I need to get to know her better. I learned a lot, but I feel like I only know a little bit still. Thank you for your guidance.
You're welcome. Continue praying. Continue reaching out. And the thing I always like to remember is that the gods, at one point in time, they were us. So by understanding ourselves more, we can grow to learn them better. Good luck. And let me know if you find Suni. He is definitely someone who still has quite a bit of growing to do.
Yes, I'll let you know. I'm sure he's not far.
Good. Good luck. And if there's nothing else,
No, I got more than I expected, so
it's always
thank you.
good to hear. She'll walk with you back over towards your friends and say, "I hope that all of you have a wonderful rest of your day. And try best as you can to stay dry out there." All right?
We will.
With that, she'll nod and smile and then head back to tending to the shrines. As all of you then are free to leave.
Well, how'd it go?
Really, really well. I think I can start to give Suni some pointers now. The Raven Queen gave me a gift, actually. You know how you can change yourself sometimes, Cecily?
Yeah.
Well, at least as of right now, I can do that too, until she takes it away, which I guess I stay in her good graces. She might not. I don't know.
Yeah, you better watch out. I wonder sometimes if the essence of storm and thunder is ever going to get mad at me and take my shit away. I don't even know if that's how that works, to be honest with you. Probably not, because then they would have taken Odin's stuff away.
Well, how do you piss off a storm in the first place? The real question.
This is true.
You would think not letting it rain on you, but that's one of the gifts.
All right, and with that, as you guys are having this conversation, walking back to the tavern to figure out what you want to do next, we're not going to take a break there, but we're gonna do a spicy little cut. So
We're figuring out about Suni.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, what's happening?
well, that's
She's just dead.
that's
Oh
what that's what we're gonna find out. Okay, so
Okay.
Suni.
Oh my.
Suni is awoken to the sound of churning and slight moans and groans, people in pain. As the camera sort of pans out a little bit, Suni is affixed to a table, his armor and weapons off to the side. And he's just laying there looking around. Some of his scales have been removed and taken off. Scarring and damage done. You can see him kind of move and shake a little bit. And you can see him try to use his breath weapon. To no effect. There's no sparking of elemental energy in his throat. So he begins to panic a little bit, shaking, trying to break the chains and leather bonds, but he's just not that strong. He tries and fails. Looking around at the room around him. He can see to his left and to his right these slimy pods sort of in these narrow passageways in the room around him. This ambient, sickly green lighting filling the entire area. Fixed to the table. Eventually, he can hear the clicking of footfalls coming from behind him. As he sees a man approach, as far as he can tell, an androgynous human of deep blue skin. These violet eyes, wearing robes of blue and gold and green, with these wisps of red magic coming from his hands. Small item in his palm that has these razor-sharp scalpels and syringes attached to them, moving at its own will. As he enters, Suni looks up and says, "Who are you? And why am I not wearing any clothes? Could I at least have something, please? That would be common courtesy. Guest in your home." You can see the man just move around the table and look down at him and say,
"You are very useful." When one of your kind made its way here, I was excited. Something to complete. Find.
with that uncomfortable laugh, you can see Suni kind of say, yeah, okay. Cool. So do you just take the scales and I go? Or is there something more? Is there like a survey that I have to take too? Just trying to meditate in the woods. Just trying to do my thing, and now this is happening, and no? Okay, yeah, I'll continue not talking, being strapped to a table. As you can see the man sort of look down and smile and lean in over Suni and say,
Oh. You will learn what you've given me, and you'll learn the truth. Give you deliverance. I see it. Stay.
and you can see the man kind of places his hand on Suni's maw and squeezes a little bit and smiles and then walks out of the room. As this is the individual that was speaking to Suni, referring to himself as the creator.
Ugh. That looks about right.
So, with that, the creator revealed Suni trapped in some type of growth chamber where these creations are coming from. That is where we're going to go ahead and take our break.
He's naked!
That was the scariest part to you?
He's booty naked!
Yeah, but remember, he's a dragonborn, so...
No, it's fine. I just thought it was fun.
There's nothing hanging out. He's no reproductive organs, so we're good. He's like a Ken doll. Remember, we had this conversation.
Yeah, this is lore. Come on, man.
Deepest lore.
So we're gonna cut back to us and be like, well, I'm glad he's communing. Let's go shopping or something.
Yeah. Let's just not worry about it. He'll come back in his own time. Like, maybe it'll be a couple weeks. Like, it'll be fine. He's living his best life.
Oh no, that is so tragic.
Yikes.
No. I didn't realize the mic was
though.
cutting out on the stream. That's so sad.
Oh, damn.
This is what the voice sounded like. Now without it cutting out.
He was just being very creepy. And he was saying that the things that Suni gave him, the scales, will all sort of come together to make something new, something better. He also said that he could feel the Dark One's corruption or taint in Suni. And so he said that he would give him deliverance. He would give him salvation from the corruption of the Dark One. Which, if that means being a crab person, I don't think Suni is going to be enjoying that. So, with that, the party doesn't know that Suni is captured. They know that he is not there. But we'll just have to see what happens when we come back from a break. So, we'll come back from the break. We'll aim to be back at 55. And we'll dive right back in. So, thanks so much for watching so far, and we will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here, and we're going to dive right back in. So, picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers find themselves back at the Squeaky Wheel Inn, not knowing exactly where Suni is, but they at least know that he may be communing with Elowin. So, at least for the time being, if he is in a different plane of existence, Suni may be unavailable to the party for this next leg of their adventure, which is sad to know for them, but at least they know that they are going to have somebody else to help them, provided Marcus is still at the lake. So, that's right where we're going to pick up our group of adventurers, now sitting in the Squeaky Wheel Inn, no longer in the growth chamber. There still is the rain that is just barely audible through the building, and the crackling of the hearth in the building itself. So, as all of you are sitting in the Squeaky Wheel, getting ready to do whatever you want to do next, it is about 9:30 in the morning. You do know that it takes about an hour and a half to get there on horseback to the lake. And it seems as though as you return, Ildan and Natalia are no longer downstairs. It seems like they've either gone out to go somewhere or they're getting settled in their rooms for the time being. So at least in the next hour or so, they will not be in the inn, sort of doing their own thing. But if you wait longer than that, they'll definitely be back in the common room by then. So with that, is there anything all of you would like to do, or I open the floor to you?
Well, I sort of have two things, I guess. Not as Cecily, but just bringing them up as Mark. One, no one's talked to Suna yet today. At least not, like, on screen, air quotes. So, like, do we want her involved in this trip at all? Do we at least want to talk to her? And then thing number two, is there anything worth shopping for with all of our big bucks here in town before we head out?
No.
Or should we just go?
I was gonna say, I feel like it's small and it's devastated at the moment, so...
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that, just all transparency, I think the place that you'll probably want to get things from will be, let's see, let me scroll down to the bottom of my
Yeah, that
here.
next city that they keep mentioning, right?
Yeah, there are two. So we have Periton, which is the next city. It's a crossroads city, so it's an actual city. And then Maester is the largest city in the Old Kingdom. And that's about a week away. But it is only a couple days away from the ruins of the keep that belong to Bianca's family. So it's kind of the last stop before you head into that keep, if that's what you want to do. But Periton, which is about a couple of days away, will be your next stop if you'd like to do some shopping there. Probably a magic item store there.
Okay, well, that's not a priority then now. So, yeah, Suna would be my only thing.
Yeah, imagine, like, if Suna was, like, having a bit of a slower morning, you know, we've got off, done all this, she's probably up by now, so we can just kind of, like, fill her in.
Yeah, she would
I'm
definitely.
guessing we're planning on heading out to the lake as well, so offer if she wants to come with.
Yeah, so she would be in the common room by the time that all of you get back, and she would kind of listen to what you have to say and say, yeah, if all of you are heading out, I feel bad. I saw that the town was damaged, and I don't know, I can't really remember why, but you said that. You said why. Okay, that's gonna take some time to get used to. Okay, but, yeah, so I think that I would like to come, if for nothing else, to stretch my legs a little bit, but you did say that you were attacked, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Short answer, yes. Long answer, I can keep it to myself unless somebody wants me to say. Got it.
Well, it'd be nice to have you there, because I feel like you're very knowledgeable, and there's a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for, like, small details that we need to keep an eye out for, and I feel like you'll be very useful for that. And we can bring Mimir. I'm sure he's ready to see something else besides the inn.
Oh, aye. A little tired of splintered floorboards and halfway used candles, so moment we're ready to get out and anywhere, I'm more than happy to accompany that and be a part of that group.
Okay, perfect.
Suppose that's decided then. We go out. Hope that our friend's still there. And see what more information we can get.
Yeah. We could invite my parents to come. They're pretty capable. Do we think we need more hands? Or should we have them stay here to make sure things stay good here?
Well, I
mean,
guess that's up to you. I mean, do you know how much shit they've seen? Sounds like a lot.
Bianca, they'd probably both be like level 10.
That's sick. I mean, they're pretty capable. And if we feel like here is good, it might be nice just to have, especially now that we don't have Suni.
I
Well,
feel like if they're wanting to come, they can certainly come, but immediately my thought just left me. That's great.
I mean, if you're cool with it, I feel like whatever we see down there isn't going to be friendly. So.
I mean, they're the ones telling me now to go out and do big things. And originally it was the other way around, so I don't know. There's a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
I can figure it out later.
Well, and he did say he'd be there every step of the way. You might as well hold him to it.
But haven't they also been traveling for quite a distance? I mean, I wouldn't blame them if they want to take some moments to rest.
Right. They might just want to stay here. I don't know where they are right now, but...
Yeah, let's, we could stop guessing if we knew where they were.
Right, yeah, we could just ask them.
By the time that you get to about that point in the conversation, you can see them come back in from the rain. And they smile at all of you, and Ildan says, "Oh, you're back. Good. So, what are the next steps?" I decided to do a little bit of poking around town, see if anybody had any information about anything. They were all willing to tell me about a group of individuals that recently came to town, and they kept telling me to be wary of one of them. So needless to say, yeah. I'm kind of sigh.
Well, we're going to be heading out to this lake where if you want to come, we can fill you in from there. There's been a lot of stuff going down there that we would like to get resolved. Or if you guys would like, I know you've been traveling a little bit, if you want to hold down the fort here's peaceful enough. I'm sure you've heard that there's been some issues with the clan, so yeah. What would you guys like to do? We'll obviously meet up with you again if you don't come with us to the lake. So no pressure.
Yes. Seem kind of think for a moment. And Bianca, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
I don't know what I was persuading them to do. Okay. Persuasion with advantage. Well, that's good because I don't have persuasion. Pew, pew, pew. So the first one was a 16. The second one was a 16. Looks like 16.
Hey, nice. Okay. 16. Well, I think that considering that the clans could be an issue, I think it's wise for at least one of us to stay. Keep an eye on that. Make sure that if something does happen, at least have a little bit of a line of defense. Well, what do all of you think? Should I stay, or should Bianca's mother stay? What do you think? So, just so all of you are aware, Bianca's dad is pretty much a battle master fighter. Plate armor, about 140 hit points, and Bianca's mother, you can see that as she starts to describe her skills, she's a little uncomfortable because she's never really talked to you about it, Bianca. You've always just kind of seen your mother as, she's who she is, you know?
She's nice. She's my mom.
Yeah, she was always extra nimble. She could always, anytime something would fall off a shelf, she'd always be able to catch it right before it hit the ground. There was one time that you caught her outside where, in your backyard where you would practice your archery or anything like that with your dad. One time you went outside and you caught her throwing daggers and 3 bullseyes in a row as she explains her talents. And Bianca, you have this moment of panic where you realize that at one point in time, maybe your mom's skill set aligns very closely with that of an assassin rogue.
She's just gonna look at her mom and be like, "Excuse me? You can what now?"
Yes, I can. If I'm being really honest, I never thought I would have to have this conversation. It was a skill set that I decided to put down when I became a mom. Not because I felt like I had to. I just wanted to move on to something else in my life. I felt like I was already good enough at that thing. I knew that I had a lot to learn as a mother, so I was like, well, I'll stop the work I was doing and try something new. So...
Well, there you have it, guys. I got 2 very badass parents, one that I learned about today. So, yeah.
That is the coolest shit. I want to see your mom stab someone.
You can see Natalia laugh. She chortles and covers her mouth. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Well, you know my vote.
Caracilla, do you feel strongly about either one, or should we just take my mom?
Well, certainly happy to have either, but I think, what's her name? Natalia?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. I feel like she might be best to come with us. Might be good to have
Mom.
someone strong stay behind here, just in case anything happens.
That's true.
All right. I can do that. All right, that's fine. Plus, if anything happens, they might need someone with a stronger voice to command them around in case anything does happen. They don't seem like the type to, well, yeah.
I will let you know, Dad. that even though I disagree with what you said earlier, after some consideration and talking with Carasilla, I'm gonna do it. We're doing it. Not just me, we. So, I guess just keep that in mind while you're here. Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind, and I promise you, like I said, every step of the way.
Okay.
Okay.
And she'll give him a hug.
Okay. Yeah. He'll do the same. And yeah. Sorry.
What?
No, just it's funny when Bianca goes to see her mom fight it. I don't think she's ready.
I don't think I'm ready either.
I am ready.
I'm so ready. I'm all here for assassin moms. We need more of them. I want a league of assassin moms.
A whole league of assassin moms.
Just like, holding a bob in one hand, like throwing daggers in another.
Oh God.
Alright, let's go, baby. Yeah, she's like knows what her dad can do, but not mom. She knew she was like not weak or anything. She just didn't know what her mom's passion was.
Yeah, because your dad tried to not hang on to the past, but he definitely he was living his best life, doing his thing. Your mom though just kind of was like, yeah, I'm done. That's fine. Like I can live with that. And then now you can see that she's kind of like excited. She was first pick, she's like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, mom, get into it.
All right, yeah.
Oh, even Eric was like, take the mom.
You've got to continue with the girl power as well.
Yes.
Sean Marcus, like,
Yes.
fuck him.
Some people stop drinking when they're a parent or quit their band. This mom quit killing people. Oh God.
I love it.
That's true. Good for her indeed.
We stand.
Okay.
It is. It's amazing how she talked about it like it was a career path. Just like, I already won, so I needed to do something else,
Yeah, I already won. Oh God, that's too funny. Okay, amazing. All right. So with that, you take Mum, and you head out and away. Is there anything else you're doing before you go, or is that it?
No, we got Suna, Mimir, Mom, everyone but Suni, so everything's in place, I guess.
Okay. Amazing. Let me go ahead and just real quick get a thing here. Okay. 18 AC, 80 hit points.
Nice.
We're probably gonna have Marcus too, so that
Eventually.
fills in the paladin niche. Hopefully.
Hopefully. Let's see, is there any other more pertinent information? Jesus Christ. Too funny. God, that's hilarious. Okay, all right. Mom. We got it.
Is that what you titled the character sheet? Mom.
Yes. Yeah, the character sheet and the token will be called Mom.
Mom.
I mean, given that you didn't remember what their names were, that kind of checks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mom.
I got it now.
Mom.
Ildan
Mom.
and Natalia.
Ildan and Natalia. Yes. Okay. All right. So before all of you leave, Ildan and Natalia do share a brief moment. They give each other a kiss and a hug. And then with that, Natalia or Mom, Jesus, heads out of the tavern
Mom.
with all of you. Assassin Mom. Her dagger is just sort of like tucked away. You can see that she has this like I said, that woolen overcoat, and you can see there are like 6 daggers, like that you can see behind her cloak, just strapped to her back. And she kind of like tucks her cloak over. She says, "All right, are we ready?"
Yeah, and it's not a super long trek, but I feel like if you want. You can share one of the Bianca stories. If you want to embarrass me, feel free. Now's a good time.
Yeah, please
We can get
do.
more than one,
Please.
right? Maybe a couple?
2, 3,
Handful?
5. Come on.
We'll see what the journey takes us.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. We can do one. You know, we don't want to do them all at once. Ooh, okay. All right. Well, let's get going, and we can say it as we're writing out. All right. So with that, you get on the horses, you head out into the rain, and you begin making your way towards the lake. So for the ride over there, whoa. Let me go ahead and okay. So you head out onto the road and you begin your ride. Pull everybody here. Rain's still pouring down, and Bianca's mother begins to tell a story. So she, as you're writing out, she says, so I know that it might sound a little strange to think about your friend or leader, I guess, as you put it, Cecily. But you see, a while ago, when she was very, very, very little, Bianca was actually quite the ballet dancer. Very, very, very little, all right?
Oh.
And now here's the thing. At her first recital, you couldn't believe how excited me and Ildon were, right? Every parent is, okay? Very excited for our little girl to step on the stage and introduce herself and then do her own little routine that she came up with all on her own. And I've never seen a more scared child in my life. I think that there could have been a dragon tormenting Belka, and I think that she would have looked less afraid than she did in that moment. Crowd full of people, on a stage, she got forward and she went to go say her name, and instead of saying Bianca Dusong, she introduced herself as Bibi Lestrange.
What?
And I know. I don't know what, just something compelled her to not say her own name. I don't know if you forgot or if you just didn't know what to say.
Ursula, I was trying to tell you how bad I am at it. Like, you have no idea.
I've got alter ego.
Wait, well, hold on. Do you still know ballet?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Definitely gonna have to see some of that later.
Ooh, yes.
It's really rusty.
Well, then it's time to practice. Get it back in shape.
You're better than me. I mean, we had a dance class or two back at the orphanage, but they couldn't afford the tutus, so...
I mean, I didn't take ballet super long, but yeah, there's ballet and then learned some ballroom dancing, you know, some basic stuff. You just kind of did that in Belka.
It was a lot of fun, and that's why to this day that me and her father will either call her B or BB, just because it's one of those things that you never forget.
Well, how'd she do, though, afterwards? Did she recover?
Well, Bianca, go ahead and make a performance check for me.
Right now. That's
Yeah.
right. I love that.
It's so funny.
It's also a +0. Oh, it's a 14.
Yeah. Well, in the beginning, it was a little rough. You could tell that she was definitely nervous, but towards the middle and end of the performance, she made it through. Listen, it wasn't the best ballet that I've ever seen a 4-year-old do, but it was really good for her being scared out of her mind.
See, Bianca, you can be more than our shill, okay? This is all I was trying to say.
I am not doing ballet while Carousel is playing the hurdy-gurdy. You're saying jokes, and are you juggling and saying jokes? This is a mess. We're not doing that.
Okay, but it would be very memorable.
It would be. It'd be nuts.
Just saying, you shouldn't take it off the table too early. We haven't even tried it, right?
I promise you're a better dancer than me, okay? I mean, they called when I was learning ballet. I don't think it was ballet.
If we had Morwin, I feel like I could then, like, loosen up. Because my dancing's so, like... And she's gonna, like, start to do arms kind of, like, boxy. I don't know how else to describe it. Just very much, like... It's not flowy. I don't know how to, dance like Morwin did, Well,
in fairness, she wasn't really a ballet dancer.
Yeah, she was a fun dancer.
Well...
But that also means if Morwen's not around, someone has to take up the shoes. Very literally in this sense.
Oh, no.
You ever done,
what would we even call her,
stomp
though?
dancing?
No, I don't think stomp.
Well, I could teach you a stomp dance. I know 1 or 2 of those.
Okay. You know what? Sure. When we're not worrying about, now that we're not in the middle of, a town, when we're not worrying about us, and she's looking at Cecily, being royalty, more stuff, problems that we have to solve with the Children of the Flame and the Dark One, I'm super down to learn Stomp.
But Bianca, that's gonna be fucking forever.
I know.
Always defeat the Dark One in a dance battle.
And you can see Natalia was not privy to any of that information.
Uh-huh. And so Bianca, I'm assuming they're on the same horse, will turn around and be like, yeah, Mom, you heard it right. You know why I was freaking out earlier? Because there's a lot on our plate.
Well, okay, all right, Miss Snippy. Okay, relax.
Oh, you cannot tell me to relax.
It's only the Dark
Young lady,
One.
I am your mother, and I can tell you whatever I want to tell you. All right? For one, let's just get that out of the way.
Okay.
So here's what needs to happen. Take a deep breath. And here's the thing. If you really are fighting this Dark One, which I very much believe you, if that's what's going on, then is it really that big of a deal to take back a kingdom in the honor of your family and your name? I mean, it seems pretty small potatoes, doesn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
But
Oh,
you guys,
oh, us. Really?
I can say the same to you and Dad.
So,
Old age shouldn't be a barrier if the Dark One isn't a barrier for me.
well, I want to
Sorry,
be very
that was a
clear
little
that
rude.
I never said anything about old age. That was your father. I feel fine. All right? And she'll smile at that, obviously joking. And she'll just kind of laugh, and conversation will just kind of trail off at that point. As eventually, you do make your way to the Lake Arumaga. So, making your way to Lake Arumaga, you can see the same familiar sights and sounds that you had seen before in this lakeside. And there is this wrong one. Sorry. Tension in the air as you approach. You can see that there is no Marcus here. You can see a small campsite that seems to be disturbed, partially knocked over, a fire that has been extinguished, and you can see what looks to be movement on the far end of the lake. Trees rustling a little bit on that elevated portion of the lake. But Marcus is nowhere to be seen, and neither is his horse.
Carosilla, did you get to talk to him at all today?
Today? But everything seemed fine last night, and... well, these things normally only come out during the night. Suppose things might have changed.
Do we see any sign of struggle at the campsite, or maybe where he or the horse, what direction they went?
Make a survival check for me.
Oops. $11.
With the rain and the way that this ground and the moisture is in the earth, that, like I said, that more squelchy texture, it is hard to see where anything really went, especially with the constant downpour, the lake splashing in and out periodically. There was definitely a struggle. That's that's plainly obvious from the disheveled camp, the tent broken, the fire extinguished. In terms of what and how many, you're not super sure. You know that there was a fight here, and it seems as though either Marcus was able to get away and run away, or something else. But as far as that goes, you are unable to tell. So, with that, you can see beginning to wrap around the tree line. Trees beginning to move and shake. They stop for a moment. The trees begin to shake and then stop, as all of you just kind of fix, trying to keep an eye out for anything that might happen. And eventually, you can see a break happen in the trees, and you can see a person make their way through the tree line. And with that, Jonathan, would you like to introduce your guest, temporary player character?
I called it.
Yeah.
Well.
Hey.
Hey. What you see is a tall, blue-skinned, bald man with these white tattoos across the face and arms. He's wearing blue, like robe/tunics. It's kind of like a tank top almost. He has belts across and very flowy clothes with this quarterstaff on his back. He has kind of pointy ears. He is, well, for all intents and purposes, he is an air genasi. That is what you see. And I can post art in here, I guess.
Yeah, here, I gotcha.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I see it on the screen too. That looks sick.
Oh, yeah, that's him.
Yeah, man, I got it all set up. I actually did my job as a DM and as a stream manager. I did it all.
Nice. Oh yeah, Joe.
Yeah, man, did sick.
Yeah,
So,
good job.
you can see making their way out of this tree, and it's a water genasi, right, John?
Yes.
Okay, all right, cool. Making their way out of the tree line, this water genasi man, and you can see the biggest indicator you see is the band that is around his bicep does have the same symbol that Marcus had on his breastplate. So as far as all of you can tell, this man, unless he stole it, and he is not actually, he is a member of the Company of the Golden Heart, the same as Marcus. and you can see him making his way around the tree line. And I will say, Typho, you would also see these 5 individuals, a younger human girl, long blonde hair, like platinum blonde. Then you see another woman, half wood elf. Yeah. Ooh, man. You see that, and Typho, you would actually recognize this. On top of the massive hurdy-gurdy that she has at her side, the big round hat folded up at the top, you can see that she has this cloak of many colors hanging off of her back, which you would recognize as a Gleeman's cloak, like world-renowned storytellers and musicians. And then on top of that, Bianca, did you alter self?
I feel like here it wouldn't really make a difference, so no, I did not.
Oh, also, sorry, Carousel is a high elf. Mabi.
And not half either.
I knew that much. I corrected that much. I just said wood elf. That was my bad. High elf, yeah. And then so you see a purple-skinned tiefling, horns coming off the top of her head, wearing armor. You can see a revolver at her side. You see another woman who, if she was a tiefling, would look very similar to the tiefling. Has long auburn hair, green eyes, wearing very like roguish, light leather armor. You can see that her arms are like behind her back. You're not exactly sure why. And then you can also see another elven woman wearing these large round glasses. You can see that she has like bags and bits and baubles all over herself. And then finally, the last very important point is on the waistband of the tiefling, you can see a head that has 2 golden eyes that is just like looking. And I do think, Mimir, you see the head talk and say, "Wait, is that a person over there?" As Typho, you see the head talk.
Typho he kind of goes into a defensive position and stops, and he goes, "You're not here to kill me, are you?"
Only if you're not here to kill us.
I feel like I would be at a very big disadvantage. No, I'm not here to kill you.
Oh, that's good news then. What exactly are you doing here?
Well, I have come investigating, and there have been a lot of people missing recently, and I'm a friend of a friend who was supposed to be here.
That friend of a friend being Marcus?
Yeah, another one of those golden heart people?
Yes, you know Marcus.
Kinda.
Yes, he was here yesterday. He was going to stay here overnight. Run some investigations of his own, but apparently something has happened since then. Have you seen him recently? Or today at least?
Not today. He kind of stops the defensive position. Sorry, I was just cautious.
Probably best
Understandable.
practice to be here around here.
I didn't catch your name. My name is Typho. I am part of the Company of the Golden Heart.
Solodolski.
I'm Bianca Dusong.
Cecily. I'll tell you my last names later.
I'm Natalia Dusong. Funny.
She seems so certain.
And my name's Suna. And the disembodied head over here, my name's Mimir. You may or may not know me from the Council of Yggdrasil. Well, used to be from the Council of Yggdrasil, then was from Odin's private circle, but then, well, you know how some things go with people in power, so now, here I am, disembodied head on a waistband, living the dream, you know?
Typho is just... Everything was normal up until the talking head. And he has a look of curiosity and confusion, and he goes... He kind of snapped out of it. Well, it's nice to meet all of you. You wouldn't mind if I approach a little more? If you want me to keep my distance, I can.
Please, we don't bite.
Yeah.
Can I insight? I'm just kidding.
Do you want to do that against my deception? We can go.
No, not at all.
I mean, let's be honest. We do bite. We just bite selectively.
No nibbles.
Little nibbles.
Typho walks closer.
It looks like something happened to Marcus. I didn't get much else besides it looks like his camp was disturbed and there was a bit of a struggle. So
I see that as well. I haven't been here for very long, so I probably know just as much as you do.
Have you fought any of those things yet? People, I guess I should say. Maybe.
DM, have I fought any of those things yet?
You have, yeah, because the one thing that the Company of the Golden Heart has done is, especially in Maester, the largest city in the Old Kingdom, you would have been doing a lot of work in that city, defending it from small attacks that would have happened, and that's where you would have made the realization that these people, like the missing people, are also, and they also end up being the same people that are attacking, just removed from their sort of consciousness.
Well, unfortunately, yes, I have. I have fought those things.
Well, Marcus asked us to stay with him, but we had really important business back in Richka. You think if he was here alone, they just... I mean, I'd hate to say it, but you think they got him?
I always try to be optimistic. Marcus was a very, very good fighter and could hold his own. However, and he looks over to the scuffle and all of the footprints and everything. Your guess is as good as mine, but my guess is yes.
well,
I think we need to find what he found, or else we're back at square one, right?
I believe so. How long have you known Marcus, if you don't mind me asking?
Like 20 minutes yesterday?
Well,
It was a long day. A lot of shit happened. But he was there.
well, seeing as I am here investigating these things, and you all have showed up investigating these things, and we are not currently trying to kill each other, I say we're on the same team for now.
I'd say that's good to assume. And John, I don't know how much you remember from last session of what we discovered in this area, and I'm happy to go over it, but Bianca will kind of fill him in about at least what they learned in the area, such as like basically the door at the bottom of this lake that seems to be, it can be opened but is protected by, what was it, divination magic?
Abjuration runes. Yeah, you need like a key.
Yeah, I need to learn what this school of magic are. But yeah. So, but yeah, we can go over anything else that you missed. I don't know how much you remember or how much you watched, but yeah.
Anything you can go over with me, I would much appreciate.
Yeah, so there's the at night. It seems like at night things happen. We don't know what yet, but there are creatures that seem to be sewn together by bits, and there's a thing underneath this lake. I'm trying to remember. We had a name for it, didn't we? Yes. Arumaga, which name means the Ancient One, seems to be Yeah, and then there's that symbol at the bottom of the lake, and it seems like there's a door down there, and we can go down there. Basically, our next steps are like, we're just gotta open the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joe, I haven't been down there, right? I assume not.
Not yet, no. I will say that, Typho, in your time here so far, one of the things that you would have discovered is you would have found a corpse of one of those creatures, and probably one of the ones that they would have killed yesterday that hadn't been disposed of or taken yet. And on that creature, you would have found a necklace that has that same symbol.
Okay. Does said necklace seem magical?
Make an Arcana check.
Yeah, sure. I can do that. Plus 0. Oh, 19!
Hey,
Plus
okay.
0.
Yes, the magic does seem to be magical, and it seems to be like half of a puzzle piece, where it seems like this is a key of some sort to a magical lock.
He pulls out the necklace, or the half necklace. I did find this on one of the corpses in the area. You wouldn't happen to have the other part, would you? I think it's a key.
Oh. Well, no, but that explained how they're getting in and out. Remember that one, guys, it went down and it never came back? Maybe it just used one of those.
Yeah, but we don't have another piece.
Well, I found this one on one of the corpses, so does that mean that maybe we just kill another one and get the second half?
Yeah, we could wait.
Or we could poke around, see if one of the other ones we picked off yesterday dropped something.
Question, has anybody, you said there is a door at the bottom of the lake, is it correct?
Yeah, door is kind of a loose word, a big fucking stone and metal thing, but yeah.
Alright, there is a, points to Cecily, what do you describe? At the bottom. Has anyone gone down there to investigate further, or just you found the door and I just want to know exactly how I can help?
We haven't figured out how to open it yet without the keys, but I did look at it. And she'll describe the symbol to the best of her ability if that hasn't already been brought up, and that is on the slab down there.
You said that things happen at night?
Yeah.
It seems like that's when the most activity happens.
Well, as I stated before, we could, possibly wait till night and maybe one of these things comes out and we get the second half key, but that is hopeful. Wishing.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good idea. And while we wait, we can continue to look around here and see if we find anything else. We did look pretty thoroughly yesterday, but never hurts. Double check.
I know you said it is probably only half, but I could always swim down there again if we tie me up and we'll see if something happens.
Not to be forward, I could easily go down and check and see if this will open it.
Oh, can you do water shit? Because I can, but it's really weird.
It's the same thing that Poe was, Cecily.
She'll kind of squint a little bit.
Yes, I can do water shit.
And just to be clear, John, are you a water or an air genasi?
I'm a water genasi.
Okay, cool. I might have misheard earlier.
You kind of
Yes.
see as he says that, he like his right foot kind of taps the ground just a little bit, and like a puddle that was next to him, like this little wrap of water goes around his leg and then dissipates again.
I'll just kind of. Oh shit! You are.
I am.
You are.
Yes.
All right. So the reason why we had Cecily tied to like a lifeline rope was because it seems like things get pulled down and deeper through that door, and if you were to open it, the concern is that you would get sucked down and lost wherever it may go. So if you go down, we probably would want to do the same thing just to be safe.
Of course, if that is what your suggestion is, I'm more than happy to.
I mean, we can just do the same system as last time, so. I mean, I know it was Suni's rope, but did we leave it behind?
All of you should have 50 feet of hempen rope, so you're
we're
okay.
We're covered.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I can jump down in the lake for sure. If you guys
Sweet.
want to go.
Does Carasilla want to do the telekinetic thing too, or telepathic? I mean, just in case Typho needs to report something. Uh-oh, Gemma's muted.
She said she had
Oh, is she not back yet? Okay, all right, that's fine.
Okay.
She would then, just in case, just for safety.
I figured I'd ask the group. I think she did it as a ritual last time anyway.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't expend anything of hers to make that judgment call, so. But yeah, that'd be good just so Typho can send a signal, and then Cecily can be ready to go down there if she needs to, just because we don't have Maggie right now.
Yeah.
But she'd really rather not. but she can.
So are you tying a rope around my waist and I'm jumping down?
Yeah, we'll lasso you and yeah.
I'm less important than you guys. Just let me.
You said you could swim.
Oh, I can very well.
Oh my God! Yeah, he's like a fish. Jesus.
I just want to point out my walking speed is my swimming speed.
Oh my God! Damn.
Yeah.
And
That's the same with
and
me
I don't need
when
to
I
breathe.
go into Wow. Okay. Yeah. I have to cast a spell to get those stats.
This is definitely the best time for this kind of character to visit, to hop in here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, we're gonna like anchor it to a rock, and then you are set to go.
Is there enough slack? I'm a very fast swimmer. I just don't want it to go to, pull me back immediately.
I
Well,
mean,
I was able to get all the way to the grate last time with it tied here, so hopefully you're okay.
All right.
I would
Well-
just take it easy.
I would assume that Carasilla has done the link thing so that like he understands.
yeah, she
Yes.
would have done it as a. Oh, Gemma, you're here.
Oh, hey.
Hi, I'm here. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, because it's a ritual cast, so just take that 10 minutes, and then for the next hour, all of us, because we're less than 8, share a little telekinetic bond.
beautiful.
Typo was saying.
I think including Mimir's head, we're exactly 8.
Oh, actually, okay, yeah. I was just guessing we were at least under 8. Like, obviously the party's definitely under 8, but, include everyone else as well.
Right.
Typho will say, well, if anything does happen to me or starts to happen to me, I will say something in my mind, I guess.
Yep. And we'll be ready.
Okay. And he just walks towards the edge and kind of like does a bow, and he kind of puts his quarterstaff onto his back and ties it very tight. And then he takes a leap up into the air, and as he jumps, like in a dive, you watch the water that he's about to dive into, like open up like a hole as he just... There is no splash at all. It just... He's gone.
Olympic swimmer.
Yeah. And... Joe, my swimming speed's 45 feet, so...
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, he's a... Do you want to let him know what class you are? You don't have to let him know the subclass, but...
I'm a monk.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah. Sploosh. Not even sploosh, just whoosh. Just like the wind. You dive down and you swim to the bottom rather quickly, and as you do, as you hold the necklace towards one of the runes, you can see the rune begin to light up in this dull green color, and you can feel the stone begin to rumble underneath you. And you can do the same to a second one with the amulet. So it seems like this amulet, provided it's held near those four abjuration runes, the one amulet will unlock all of the abjured locks.
Ooh.
You all hear in your mind. Well, good news is we only need this one necklace. It can open, I think, the door entirely.
Should we go down there with him and be ready to go? Or have him open it and see what happens?
I would worryingly suggest opening it first. Not all of us are able to swim as fast as you do or breathe in the water.
I would say I could definitely open it. I am... Again, at least only one of us would get sucked in other than all of us, so... We could see what happens.
Well, we'll be sure to try and pull you back. We don't want you sucked in, so...
Yeah, you just do a rune at a time and keep reporting back. If you send a scream or something, I'll come rushing down.
Alright, so Joe, he's gonna do one.
Okay.
Does it do something?
Just the ground rumbles a little bit.
Okay, I did one and the ground rumbled. I'm doing number 2. Does the second one?
The ground rumbles a little bit more.
There was a little more rumble. Number 3.
Rumbles a little bit more.
It continues to rumble.
I sense a pattern.
Alright, here goes. And he's doing number 4.
Okay, with number 4, the ground rumbles more, but eventually those 2 stone plates shift open, and Typho, you fall through. Like, you're pulled. Like, even your swim speed does not resist falling through. As you fall, you're actually falling. Like, you're not swimming anymore. As the door opens, you drop about 15 feet, taking no damage, but you drop 15 feet, land, 3-point landing, and the door above you shuts.
Oh.
Okay, so there is good and bad news.
Wait, the rope didn't do anything, Joe?
Did
No, the
the
rope
rope get cut?
Yeah, the rope is cut. As it slammed between the stone, just the pressure from the 2 stone plates, the rope just goes slack in your hands.
Damn. So we just saw it tighten and then go slack.
Yep.
That's very foreboding.
Typho, you can see in front of you. It's so weird. You can breathe right now with your lungs, right? You don't have to use your gills at all, or your ability to be amphibious. You're not a sea elf, so never mind what I said about gills. But you can breathe like normal right now. The air is a little denser. It is a little bit, there's a lot more moisture in the air. But do you know that the way water looks when the sun is shining through it and it's like refracting everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
The entire area around you looks like that. Where it's like you're underwater, but you're not. You can still breathe, and there are these small bubbles of air that are floating around. On top of that, there is kelp and seaweed and small little pieces of algae and coral that is just decorating this entire area. You're in like maybe a 30 or 40 foot hallway with a passageway to your left and right. And there is a large statue of some amphibious creature like a frog, but different. It's strange, and you can see that it has 2 dull, glowing green eyes. But that's what you see, Typho.
Good news. I'm alive.
Good.
Bad news.
Other news? Yeah.
Well, the door shut, and I'm trapped in here. I think. I'm going to look around and try to find a way to open the door from inside. If I can, I will let you know so everyone can come down. I'm in some weird space where there's not water around me, and I'm breathing, but it's hard to describe.
Okay. Shit. Just keep chatting. I guess plan B, see if we can find another amulet up here.
Oh, also there's a statue with glowing green eyes. I don't know what that means, but...
Fuck, that seems kind of relevant. Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to go near it, I promise.
Okay, yeah, probably don't.
Is the door completely shut, or is there a way he could get the amulet up through the door?
So, John, or Typho, you can see looking up, that same symbol is on the ceiling, and those same 4 runes are in each one of the corners.
Good news. I think I can open the door again.
Great.
Is there bad news this time?
Well, everyone's going to have to swim down here. And you're going to fall. So prepare.
Well, that could be worse news.
At least it kind of pulls you into the center. Should make it easier.
Right.
Just let me know when you're near, and I will, do
Provide
the 1,
personal?
2, 3, 4.
Okay. We all know how to swim, right? She'll just say this to the people on the surface with her vocal cords. We all know how to swim, right? Because honestly, without the gills, I'm not very good.
Yeah, I know.
Same here.
Suna?
Yeah, I'm okay. I think I've swam before. I don't think I forgot since then. But yeah, I think so. Yeah, and I can swim as well. No problem.
Mimir, you gonna make it?
Well, it's odd. I don't have lungs, so I don't know if I can hold my breath. I can. Benny shuts his mouth. But I think that I don't know. It's not like I can drown, can I? I don't know. And I don't think now's the time to figure it out. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me, lass. All right.
So long, Storm Bubble. Thanks for your gift. And she'll get rid of that, since we're all about to go in a lake anyway.
Yeah, as all of you immediately get drenched from the torrential rain.
All right. I guess here we go.
All righty. So, with that, all of you make your way in. One by one by one. Typho sort of jumping up, activating the runes, or floating up a little bit. You do have a little bit more give to your movement, where with enough force, Typho, you can swim. Your swim speed in here is halved when going vertical, but it's easy enough for you to kind of swim up to the top. It's just weird. There was like magical gravitational energy pulling you down that caused you to drop. But it's easy enough for you to swim up, activate the runes as everybody swims down, and now everybody eventually is up or is in the room with you. So with that, let me go ahead and pause the game real quick.
They don't take fall damage, right? They're not falling?
No, yeah.
Okay.
And even if they would, you could be there to help them down and make sure that nobody that happens to anybody.
Okay.
So with that,
I'd like to imagine that Suna would have. But over there.
Okay. All right. So the game is paused now on purpose. Okay, we have Mom, we have Typho, we have Suna, we have Cecily, we have Carasilla, and we have Bianca.
Girl squad plus Typho.
Ooh.
Plus typo.
Yeah, actually, can
I
we
don't know.
ask for Typho to leave? He's kind of like ruining our vibes.
Yeah,
Hold
they're
on, you know what?
See
Hold
you
on.
later. He's gonna jump back up, please.
Thanks for the door. You know, I mean, okay. Actually, though, let me check myself. I don't know how Typho identifies. I don't have the whole story. He could be maybe Typho was part of the girl squad. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's true. What are Typho's preferred pronouns so we can get this right?
He, him.
Okay. Oh, get the fuck out of here!
Yeah,
Get the fuck out of here!
Absolute trash. Girl squad.
Come on. That's
Wow.
really funny. Okay, so okay, so with that, all of you now in here, like I said, you can see the same thing. Weird, archaic frog statue on the far end of the room. A path, two paths, one to the left, one to the right. Kelp in front of you, that sort of refracting light through water. Small air bubbles floating near you. What do you want to do?
Cecily's immediately interested in the frog statue. Let's kind of look at Typho and just, I see what you mean.
Very ominous.
She'll probably just take like a step here, maybe. Just get off the stairs. Doesn't want to commit to a path yet, but she'll just check it out. See if she can discern anything about it, even though, you know, she's probably not the kind of person who should be making that sort of roll, but she'll try. She's curious.
Okay, sounds good to me. Let me just real quick get Typho on the screen real quick. I forgot to add him to the battle map screen. I
I see
didn't.
him on here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because I just added him.
I feel like it was there the whole time, though.
No,
I
on
saw
the
him
stream,
the whole
on the
time.
stream, on the stream. Sorry,
Oh, well. I
my
see.
bad. Yeah, he's there now. Okay, so with that, Cecily, you go forward to check out the frog statue.
Yeah.
All right.
Just go.
Yeah, take some steps forward.
Sounds threatening.
So
Yeah.
you can take another step.
Can she?
Are you sure?
Yeah, go for
Because
it. You said you're going to check out the frog statue.
Can
Alright,
Typho
Joe.
stay, like, in line with Cecily?
Like just like behind Cecily.
No, like, they're walking in line together, like, here.
Oh yeah, okay. All right, cool. So, pause you there. So as Cecily and Typho, you step forward. There's no trap or anything like that, so relax yourself. But off to the side, you can see these large clumps of seaweed and kelp and algae that are just clustering in this area. It is lightly obscured in there, very, very hard to see anything, but you can see these small pockets of glowing blue energy trapped inside what look to be these massive clamshells sticking out of the ground. You can see the clamshells are hard, this one that you can see right here. But that like blue viscous material is like molasses. And you can see every once in a while what looks to be a claw or a tentacle or a hand try and push up on it and then go back into the clamshell, not able to break all the way out just yet.
Ooh.
So you catch that as you walk past, and it seems like there's several different blue emanations coming from that area as you move forward.
That does not look good.
Cecily will throw a couple hand signals to the group, just kind of pointing to the path down the right.
You could also just tell us.
Yep.
I was about to say something.
Okay,
Jesus,
but you just hand
never
signaling.
mind. Never mind. She
Just like
fucking
a single
pointed,
just
okay?
on there, it's
She
just like-
pointed. All right.
Typho feels
I'm sorry.
uncomfortable.
Christ. All right, she'll go check out the statue, I guess. Boop. Moving forward.
Okay.
Boop.
Typho's gonna just rest here and, like, just make sure nothing's coming out of this door.
Okay. Alrighty. So we'll pause you right there. Suna and, Suna will move up with you Cecily. Mom will stay back with you, Bianca. Okay.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah. No problem. Okay. So you and Suna move forward. You can see there is another path that opens up to the left that seems to go down about 15, 20 feet and then wrap around a corner. Investigating the frog, go ahead and Cecily make your roll with advantage and add an extra 4 because Suna's helping you out. But it's not as fun for you if I roll with advantage, so just take advantage and +4.
Is it
Cool.
Is it a rock statue? Statue made out of rock?
It is, yes.
Right
So-
up Suna's alley.
So this is Suna is living her best life. Suna, you and Suna are talking back and forth, Cecily, and Suna kind of crosses her arms and like puts her hand on her chin and she's looking at it. Yeah, I don't recognize this type of rock, which is strange for me, I'll admit. Yeah.
Well, do you recognize anything else? Like the frog or the frog?
It's a fun-looking frog. And Cecily, she's like staring at it. She's trying to think of something, but she's not having a great time looking at this frog right now. She wants to know more, but you would be able to tell with your connection to magic, there is magic in this rock. It just needs to be awakened. Something needs to be channeled into it to awaken that magic.
Well, that would definitely interest Cecily. She'll convey that to Suna, with hand signals. But I look particularly at the eyes and see if she can discern what kind of energy needs to go into it. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, looking into it and trying to investigate a little bit further, I would say with your 12, that pouring some of your raw magical strength into it, not necessarily casting a spell, but expending a certain number of sorcery points. So, like, since you don't use spell slots, your sorcery points, expending a certain number of those would have an effect. You're not sure what, but pouring that magical energy into it would do something.
Alright, she'll turn to the party. I don't know why we would do it, or what it will do, but this statue can get activated at some point. Don't ask me how I know, it's just one of them feelings in the wind kind of things.
What if activating that unlocks all of these clams over here?
Well, I kind of don't want to meet the clams, so if we figure out that's what it does, just throwing it out there, might need it at some point.
I think it might be a good idea to at least look around, see if there's anything else before we resort to unlocking random magical stone frogs.
I would agree.
I would also have to agree.
Yeah, I mean, Suna doesn't even know what kind of stone this is, so, I mean, we're really out of the deep end here.
I mean, it's got to be some type of rock that can withstand constant forces of water. I mean, the water's not even rushing by, so I guess it doesn't even need to have that resistance to erosion. Or maybe they're just renovated every once in a while. Are the stones replaced? And you see her kind of take out a small shovel, and she starts, like, digging up around the bottom of the stone. No, they're just here. You can move them. They're not, like... But they are magical. Let's see, are there any runes?
So we can move them?
I guess you could. It's a heavier stone, and she kind of taps it with the shovel. My guess would probably be that it would weigh, I don't know. It's a dense rock, and the magic too. Sometimes magic can make things heavier. It's weird. I don't know. You're probably looking at maybe a ton.
Well, yeah, so we won't, but
But you could.
you could.
You could.
Let's hope we don't need to.
It does also worry me that it's facing the entrance to this place.
And we're all standing here.
Well, let's just be glad it's not activated yet then.
That is true. There is another path.
Yeah, have we been able to look down? Because I can't see on my screen because, well, I guess I can move now. It's not frozen. But it's just clams up there, right? There's nothing
yeah.
else.
In this direction. There is a pathway over here, though.
Oh, there we go. Mine's just severely lagging.
I also ask before everyone's moving too far, just getting a general, like, sound check, like, it doesn't seem like there's gonna be things too close to us as far as we're concerned, right? We can't, like, hear any, like, conversations, footsteps, anything like that.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check for me real quick.
Oh no. The music shifted.
Where's my perception? Why can I not find perception? There it is. 25.
25. Natalia is also pretty cautious, so she's going to make a perception check with you. She'll just come back and let you have advantage on it because she is proficient in it.
Yeah, no. 25.
25. Okay. All right.
I'd have to get a nat to get anything better than that, but yeah.
Okay. So 25 listening. It's weird. Like I said, you can breathe like normal. Like there's not water here, but there is this density to the air. A heaviness to your movements, a moisture that's in any breath you take, as if it's a really, really, really humid day. Things are different here, and you can tell that not only is that distorting the physical area around you, but also sound. Where even the voices of your party members, when they're only 15, 20 feet away, they're still muffled a little bit. You know, when like you try and talk underwater. That being said, with a 24, however, you 25. You can hear the sound of louder shuffling and movement coming from the north end of where you're at. So it sounds like it's with a 25, it sounds like this area or this place you're in probably is like one big circle where both paths end up leading to the same area. And it seems like very, very far ahead of you, there does seem to be shuffling and movement and talking. And every once in a while, you can hear this like high-pitched hissing.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess relay that to everyone. Might be a good idea to watch that.
You said this place is almost like a circle?
Seems like it.
If it's okay with everyone, if somebody could check the left path, maybe that one's less dangerous and we don't have to walk past whatever clams those are.
If all of you would like, I'm quite good at going in unseen. If you'd like me to take a look.
I am as well, if you would like me to accompany.
Well, the buddy system is always a good idea.
Very well.
All right. Just remember, Bianca, you're the one who asked me to come.
You're gonna be fine.
Oh, I know I'm going to be fine. Don't worry about me. All right.
I will say, does the frog statue just look like a frog, or does it look like a specific kind of creature?
No, it is very odd. So it is frog-like. I'll say that much. But its hands and legs and body is more human. Like, more human. It's not necessarily a bullywug, because all of you would be familiar with that. But it is... It seems, the stone for one seems old, and the statue itself seems rather archaic. As you can see that it has these like, I don't want to say wings, but they're like that, sort of coming off the back, these spines shooting out of its back. It's crouched. It is alien, I can say that much, but it's reminiscent of a frog. Or maybe even of a salamander, but it's different. It's, like I said, it's alien.
Okay, does it seem like it's closer to the hybrid things that we're seeing? Almost like those things are trying to replicate this thing, potentially?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Okay. And then, are there any words or inscriptions, not just on the statue, but in the room?
In the room you're currently in?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
And there is a runic symbol on the frog itself, right at the top of the head. Not a symbol you would be familiar with, and even Cecily, when you were looking at it, it's not primordial. It's just some type of alien language you don't quite understand.
Is there anything I would understand?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, even with the languages you have, still no.
I comprehend that language. It is a ritual, so.
Yeah, if you wanted to take the 10 minutes to do that, you could.
Yeah, well, they're doing a little sneaky sneak. May as well.
Yeah, let's do some sneaky sneak.
Okay. All right. So, Typho, go ahead and make a stealth check, same as Natalia. All right. Let's see.
Well, that is a 14 plus 9, so
Very sneaky.
very sneaky.
25.
Okay.
Also, if you would allow me, Joe, while we're moving through here, I would like to take the dodge action.
Yeah, sure. I'd say that's fair.
Constantly
For
spam it.
yeah, just please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Runs 5 feet, looks around, dodges. Runs 5 feet, looks, dodges.
Okay. So right now we're looking at would that be plus 12 for your girl.
Oh my god.
Say, man, she's
Expertise.
Well, that's good. That's a 19.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. What was that, 31?
Oh,
Yep.
no, 19 total. She rolled a 7.
Oh.
She's
I thought she's rolled a 19.
no. She's still a little rusty. She hasn't been doing this in a while, but 19 still good. She's still able to hang in there and keep up a little bit. So with that, Typho, I'll go ahead and move the two of you forward a little bit. As the first thing you notice is heading down, straight down on your path, there is another one of those frog statues, or alien frog statues.
Just-
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Caracilla, do we have the link still?
Yeah, it's for an hour.
Okay. Typho is going to say, in using the link, not saying it out loud. There is another frog statue down here. Okay. I'm just gonna keep going.
Hopefully be able to tell you what the rune on it means soon, but until then, just caution.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, you and Mom head forward a little bit more still, making your way around until eventually you make your
This is huge.
into a larger room, and you can see in this area there seem to be what look to be cells of some kind. They are formed out of the rock and sediment, and there are these coral cages that are sort of embedded into the stone, and you can see inside any of these given cages there are like rotting, decomposing corpses. There are bones that have just been melted away, or these like bloated corpses from the water. However, in here, Typho, you would recognize there is no sign of Marcus, at least in the immediate area you can see here. For Carasilla, now is comprehend languages concentration?
No.
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, so Carasilla, moving your way up towards the frog statue, you would be able to use comprehend languages to understand it. It's not a language that anybody could learn, as it's a dead language that seems to be unique to whatever culture or people lived here before, but it is a rune that means secrecy.
Okay. Might be a long shot, but would I have any idea, like, what kind of arcane thing that might relate to?
What kind of a what thing?
Like, what kind of arcane thing? Like, if it's related to any, I guess, spells or whatnot?
I guess maybe similarly arcane lock, but not really.
Okay. Okay. Well,
It's really weird because, like, never mind. My brain stopped. Ignore me. Carousel, you talk.
Damn.
should hopefully mean that the thing's not dangerous, but, you know. It was a freaky frog-looking fucker, so I...
Well, at least we know what that means. Typho, Mom, or should we keep following you? Is it good, or should we hang back still?
So far, we are not being killed. The coast is clear.
Okay, cool.
Said
Natalia
that first.
laughs in her mind at the way you phrased that. All clear.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah, it's up to...
Man, now I want someone to just pour some spell slots or whatever into that frog. I want to know what it does.
Hey, man. Investigate first.
There's the-
Later.
There's the other frog. Yeah. I just wanted to. I was like, oh, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that,
Oh, there it is. Froggy.
Into this whole ass thing, right? I imagine.
okay.
So we're talking about
So
the
the
ones
coast is
down here, right? Well, they're really far. Okay.
Get left behind, Bianca.
Come
My
on.
computer's so laggy. I need a new one. It's so
Yeah,
bad.
this map is a little big and it's high definition too, and I didn't think about that beforehand.
Okay, I need a new
I
one.
apologize.
No,
So-
it's alright. Just
In these little chambers, is that just where the bodies are?
Correct. That is exactly correct. You can also see down here, to the right, there's another pathway. There's also one to the north, and well, I'll just use cardinal direction because that makes more sense.
That's a frog.
There's another frog, and then there's also another pathway to the north, and you can see this like ambient red glow coming, or ambient orange glow, and there is like steam coming from that area. So you have the east and north as pathways to go.
I'd like to check the east first before going into the sauna.
there's a sauna up there.
Okay. So, Typho and Natalia, I'd like you to make both make another stealth check as you're sort of
Okay.
investigating into a new leg, caught up with everybody.
What is around my
nice.
character right now?
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Let's
Okay,
see.
here we go. Ooh,
That's a 20.
not good.
Ooh.
4 plus 9. So 13.
Ooh, okay. Alrighty. So with that, you and Natalia head forward. And as you're
Prepare
heading
to fight.
forward, making your way across the... Let me actually change this real quick. Directed. There we go. Okay. So as the two of you are making your way across, you can see what looks to be one of those large brooding creatures, which Typho, you have fought before in Maester. And as you make your way around the corner, you can start to see more. Not only that, you can see several enemies in here. You see 3 of those brutes, one of the flying creatures, which you've also fought before, but then there are 3 creatures you don't recognize. 2 of them are these strange creatures with like tentacles coming off their head, these fins coming off their arms, this large mouth that kind of like unfolds and has these sharp teeth like angler teeth, and these deep red eyes set in the sockets, like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a normal Tuesday.
And then you can also see what looks to be an individual, more humanoid, sort of like kelp and seaweed coming off their body, but these long tendrils coming off their chin, and these odd, like mandibles. Not mandibles, but these long...
Spider legs?
No. They're almost like, like, like tigerfish. That those like
spines.
The spines, yeah. You can see these like spines coming off their back, and these like markings and etchings all over their body, that lead you to believe they have also been affected by this. So there we have that. And then Typho.
No.
Real quick, as you round the corner, make a perception check for me.
Okay. Come on. Oh, I don't have good perception. 9. 7. No. That's a lie. I did math wrong. It's 4 plus 3. 7.
7. Okay. So, Typho, you are not exactly sure what you're seeing right now. Obviously, you see all the enemies as this area is well lit. And you can see that at the very end of the room, there is this table. And there is currently a body splayed out on that table, limbs hacked from one to another, pieces splayed out. You can see maybe this was a humanoid man of some sort. With a 7, you can tell that it's not Marcus, as the skin is pale, sickly and pale. You can see there is this like cracked nature to the skin, almost like ash, but it is not moving. And sitting on the ground next to the table, you can see what looks to be a mask, the same one that a beekeeper would wear, cracked open and split in half, which to you, Typho, means nothing. But there is a definitely dead man on that table, seemingly having been sacrificed or dissected in some way, shape, or form. Typho, as you see that, you stand there for a little bit too long as Natalia looks to you and says, "Get over here." And in that moment, you're too caught up trying to figure out what that body is. The low perception roll tied with your stealth. You can see one of the brutes turns its head. Fresh meat. And there's this just bellow. And on top of these other 3 brutes bellowing, you can hear these 2 creatures back here let out this loud screech and yell and scream, as well as this matching screech coming from the spellcaster, the priest at the very, very back. And with that, all of you hear this. Cecily, you see Typho. I will say that Natalia does drag you back behind the corner, Typho. And with that, the enemy is alerted to where you are, knowing that that man at that table, at least for you, Typho, you don't really know who that was. But with that information, you know that whoever this creator is, he was strong enough to kill one of the 13. Wicker.
Oh,
So, with that and that knowledge, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Man, I'm sure Suni will be fine. We can take it.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
you're welcome
Yeah.
for initiating combat.
Hell yeah.
You get here and you immediately start shit.
Hey man, the dice hated me.
On both
Oh.
rolls.
The first one was great. Oh, you mean the perception check? Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Well, thanks so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in next week to see how the battle shapes out, what exactly is happening with Wicker's body, and see if our party members can find Suni before it's too late. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. See you later.
Bye.